We're live now.
Okay. So
Hello.
last time on Read Only Memories, um, what happened, Hannah?
Well, give it just a second. We just started stream.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were gonna
I was gonna say
actually
where
do
we
it.
left off, but I
Yeah.
was like, oh fuck, we're gonna have to do a recap.
Are we good to go? 0.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Well, so I said give it a second because we just started. You need to let people trickle in and do ads.
Yeah. Oh, you weren't gonna do ads?
I'm doing that right now.
Okay.
Oh no! Don't link a Twitter thing. Yes, I would like to at 50 people.
Yeah. So I've been watching this dude talk about One Piece, and it's very funny.
I like One Piece.
He's been like talking about like the arcs for One Piece as from the perspective of the bad guys and like how things have been happening, and it's just he's like, Crocodile, whatever his fucking name is, he did everything right from his perspective. He had plans for backup plans. He just wasn't expecting a crackhead and his 7 lunatic friends to show up into a country that they had nothing to do with.
And then decide it was their personal mission to put him in the dirt.
Yeah, not even like, and he was pointing out too, like Luffy isn't even there to like stop the revolution or the revolt or whatever it is. It is just to beat the shit out of Crocodile. He does not care about the good reason you should be there in the country.
His good friend,
he just wants to beat Crocodile.
His good friend said, "Man, I hate that Crocodile guy," and Luffy went, "I bet."
And then I also saw the one of him talking about like Whole Cake Island or whatever the fuck that's called, and like from the perspective of Big Mom and the guy that gets trapped in the mirror dimension of this dude just shows the fuck up at your sister's wedding and starts beating the shit out of everyone.
As opposed to Half Cake Island.
In fairness, that arc has a lot going on.
Yeah, but he's like, he's like from the perspective of the villains. It's just this random fucking crackhead just running around, beating the shit out of everyone for no apparent reason.
Yeah.
Not because he wants to stop doing evil, it's just because he wants to fight.
That's what pirates are.
Oh, and Zoro is like in the crocodile thing is like really weird. At some point, like tries to cut off his own legs for no real reason, and they're like he was doing it from the perspective of the lady that's like that's like part of the royal family, and she's just like
Vivi.
Yeah, it's just like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
Well, because he was stuck in a giant wax birthday cake thingy.
Yeah,
and if he was going to turn into a statue, and his legs were stuck in the wax. So the only way out is to cut his fucking legs off.
Yeah. And he was like, Vivi's like, what's the plan afterwards? And Joe's is like,
I'm gonna crawl at them with my swords.
Keeps cutting at his legs. It's like, what the fuck, man?
What's the plan after you get out? I'll think of that when I get out.
Yeah, I'll figure that out when I get there. Like, it's wild. This guy is so fucking funny.
The plan is to put the sword in my mouth, hold my other two, and use them to drag me across the floor so I can cut him.
See, he was talking about the fight in the mirror.
That reminds me of something.
Oh. he was talking about the fight in the mirror dimension of him like they're getting into a fight. Clearly the dude is like beating Luffy. Luffy's gonna lose, and Luffy's like, hold on, my hockey's out. I just need 10 minutes. Like, no, fam, I'm taking you out. And Luffy leaves and like, oh, thank God, I don't know how much longer I can. And 10 minutes later, the crackhead shows up again to fight you.
Yeah, he like, said he needed 10.
He needed exactly 10 minutes. Showed up 10 minutes later. All right, let's go again. I'm here to throw hands. Just like, yeah, I was like, yeah, from their perspective, this is nuts. It is like single-handedly making me like enjoy One Piece. I have no intention of watching the How many episodes are there now? 1,000?
Over like 1,300
20 quadrillion.
A lot.
Christ.
or
Like, I know I
1,000
binged...
1,066.
Yeah, I know I binged Homestuck.
At
But
some
One Piece is a whole nother
at
monster.
some point, I'm going to try and read the whole manga. The
Because
problem
the
is,
manga will be faster.
I keep restarting. I keep getting somewhere, forgetting where I am, and then starting over again. It's like with long video games. It's horrible.
Yeah, no, like the manga would be easier because you can read it at your own pace.
Yeah, I did.
And it's
can
also
skip
just
filler.
better.
It's fucking nuts, man. Like I'm gonna go back and watch more of this guy's stuff, but it's very funny. Yeah, hold
Look,
on.
I have already watched over 900 episodes of One Piece. You think I'm gonna stop?
No,
You think
yeah,
I'm just
you
gonna
have
stop?
you have the sunk cost fallacy. 100%, I agree. Like I'm gonna link. I haven't watched this one yet, but this is the guy.
Why are you even here?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a very much so. Like, why the fuck are you here?
Oh, you see, I met this guy on a different island, and he doesn't like me, but I like him, and he wants you dead. So I'm gonna beat your ass.
I'm throwing hands. Why?
No, he doesn't
Wait.
like you, but I like him. Or he doesn't like, well, he doesn't like either of us, but I like him, and he hates you. So I'm gonna hit you. And then, like, I met someone else here on this island who doesn't like you, and she asked me to beat you up, so I'm gonna beat you up twice.
I'm beat you up once, let you heal up, and beat you up a second time.
Uh-huh.
Like, I
Look at
don't
my cool
like.
beard.
It's so fucking funny, man.
Oh, also, I heard you took my brother's apple. I'm going to gut you.
There was fucking like from Crocodile's perspective, he beats Luffy, puts him in a hole in the fucking desert, and then he goes off with his plan, succeeds at his plan, and then looks at the sky, and Luffy's just coming and riding a fucking bird. It's like, where the fuck did you come from?
So,
Like,
for no,
what?
he didn't just leave Luffy dead in a hole. He punctured him, drained all of the liquid out with him, and left him in the desert.
Yeah, he killed him 3 times over. He didn't do the anime thing of like hit the good guy and be like, all right, I'm not gonna double tap him. I'm not gonna double check the body. I'm just gonna assume he's dead and walk away. No, the dude impaled him, drained him of all its liquids, and then threw him into a fucking hole in the ground. Like he triple tapped at him, and he still came back and what the fuck?
He came back
That's
and went,
1,
you
2,
know what?
3. What
Your
about the rest?
weakness, I know your weakness now. What weakness now? Watch me drink an entire barrel of water. Go, 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 go.
And then watch me beat you with my own blood.
Man, Luffy's so dumb. I love him. The best part about One Piece is how dumb and likable Luffy is.
He's perfect.
So fucking stupid. It's like making me. It kind of makes me want to watch it, but also like
Reading it will
Not.
be easier.
I have no intention of reading. Purely because I just don't have the time.
Points at Hatter. He can't read.
Time will not permit me to read, motherfucker.
He can't read.
I read with actually surprising frequency. Actually, they have to be like short stories.
He can't
It
read.
can't be like a continuous
I know
thing.
what I
I
know.
can't
what you
read
mean.
this shit.
Like I
He
just don't
can't
have
read.
the time. Okay. Someone cue me up.
Hey,
Hey,
Hatter.
Hatter, did you know that you're adorable? Also, what happened last time?
Last time, 2 weeks ago, you started. Did y'all talk with?
Ellen got
Bernard?
paid.
I got paid.
No, we didn't. We got paid
No.
the session before that.
Yeah,
We
before
talked
that,
with Canaris.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
yeah. You talked with Canoris, and then you went off on your quest to
Mhm.
find. You went off your quest, and you came across this scene of a previous attack of a elephant
Found-
and a
The dead circus guy.
yeah, a dead circus
Okay.
performer sent ahead to informed towns that the circus was coming. Through investigation, you were able to determine that it looks like a pack of undead zombies probably came by, but they didn't like fully eat the corpse, which implies that there was some level of
Ashes.
intelligence somewhere telling them to leave.
Yeah, Eshe's theory is
Someone-
basically that this guy just got wrecked by a necromancer.
Mhm.
Someone stole with a bone saw some bones from an elephant.
Correct.
Mhm.
Mm.
We buried the person, not the elephant. Eshe was a little sad about that, but she was absolutely not going to ask to be able to bury the elephant.
And because you were so close to town, I believe you decided to return
Nope.
and just Oh no, you stayed.
No, we just went on.
We set up
Yeah.
camp.
Okay,
Yeah, we
okay.
kept going.
Okay, yeah.
Now
We
it's
nicked the
snowing.
circus tent and camped out in
Right. Yes, it is snowing. Because
We
of
had
the
big
court,
tent.
that's not going to slow you down. If things get worse, we'll find out. But yes, so you started heading out. Anything y'all would like to do while you are traveling in this day? Oh, actually, before you do that, exploration activities.
I have an
Nice.
undefined one of driving the car.
I'm
Yep.
searching.
Mhm.
Eshe will scout.
Dive will detect magic.
Man, not being able to just say that I'll ping makes me actually think about it and shit.
I have to drive.
No, you go ahead and drive.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I'm not very creative.
What's
I
Percival doing?
Okay. My normal one is just to defend, but I don't think we really need to do that right now. So,
Plus, it could be tiring keeping your shield up the whole time.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so here's the thing: when holding your shield up is one of those things that reduces your movement speed, but you're in the car.
But you're on the cart.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I could still go on the defense and just be on alert for ambushes.
Yeah.
yeah.
I think your
Yeah.
shield being up is not a bad one.
Yeah.
Look,
Yep.
I'll
Yeah.
eventually I'll get an upgrade to have more people in the cart.
Mhm.
I mean,
Okay,
I guess
Then
you
we
could
can all do
search
whatever the
along
hell we
with
want.
them. You could also search if you wanted to.
Can I sit on Eshe's shoulders so she can carry me around?
You are in
I
the
mean,
cart.
you can.
Oh, nice.
It's you and
Hell yeah.
Percy in the cart because y'all are slow as fuck.
Yeah. I will eventually be faster.
You will
Not
be.
much, but
And the reason that dive is slow is because dive rarely touches the ground to gain speed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's clever.
Yeah.
That's clever. All right,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look,
no,
I'm
that-
faster than everybody here, but I gotta drive. I'm the only
Yep.
one here who knows how to drive.
Well, I could figure it out, but not as good. Might wreck it.
It's fine.
Yeah, you okay? So that's all of your exploration activity. Good. Yeah. Is there anything y'all would like to scenes, talk about stuff, do stuff on the card, things like that?
Eshe will have a quick conversation with Hanu, I think. You know, speaking about the card earlier, well, first of all, Zero, has Hanu actually been doing the art thing that your demon dad wants you to?
His name is Arnaxi.
Anaxi, sorry.
And yes, not right now because he's driving.
Obviously, but generally,
So you remember how he used to have, and this is portrayed in the stream, his fighting fan that he would hold in front of his face every now and again when he wasn't fighting with it?
yep.
He no longer has the fighting fan. So he's made an artisanal fan, like literally a fan that he holds on to. And he makes them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the art
Aw.
he has been partaking in.
Okay. So, would it be something that we could have noticed?
I mean, yeah, you see him unfold a fan with a bunch of fancy designs on it. It's not too hard to notice.
Fair. That's lovely work, Hanu.
I appreciate it.
I noticed that you've been doing some. Uh, I noticed that you have been doing. Have been exploring new forms of creation. I believe I spoke with Dive about this at some point, but I think that I've been artificially limiting myself, with my focus being so much towards destruction. I don't know that I'll ever be particularly artistic, but I think that I would learn, or like to learn, some more, at least constructive endeavors. Would you be open to allowing me to study mechanical engineering under you a bit? Don't misunderstand. I will do everything I can to avoid getting in your way, and I have no illusions about the relative skill levels here. But I do think that that's something that could potentially benefit me, and that, I'll be honest, doesn't require a level of creativity I don't believe that I have.
I mean, if you're willing to take the time, mechanical engineering is not simple.
I completely understand that.
If you're gonna do it, I mean, it's better I help you than you cut off a finger or something.
Yes, I would prefer to avoid that, although I imagine reattaching it is less of an issue than it would have been in the simulation.
You're correct. I'm sure either I or Nina could do it. Probably Nina.
Probably, yes. So, for for the time being, could you tell me a bit about the cart?
Hanu will begin talking about the cart.
Yep.
Uh,
And Eshe will listen, though Hanu will definitely fly quite a ways above her head for a lot of it.
it it's pretty simple for he built the structure, he built the skeleton, the axis, the wheel, all that stuff. It's when he starts getting into the clockwork where it's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He mentions how clockwork is exceptionally fine detail, including many
Eshe,
small pieces that you need to be so delicate with.
Yeah,
Eshe
like
pulls.
honey.
I'll bite
Eshe
you.
pulls her fake skin back and shows off the blunt ends of her mechanical fingers and says, I do think I'll have to work with things on a bit of a larger scale than you.
You would think that actually, but there are tools for fine work.
Ah, of course.
While I am designed to be small and to fit into crevices, even I am not small enough to work with things that are too small.
Fair enough. And she, puts her skin back on.
Like tweezers. Something akin to that is used for more fine, small work.
I'm not particularly confident in my ability with those either, but I'm at least open to try. At the very least, though, understanding how it works will make me more likely to be able to make repairs if necessary, although I never intend to step on ceremony with. Yes, you'll be the first that people should always go to. But I want to be a bit more competent, at least.
Yeah, and I'm like an information sponge. Just do the shit in front of me, and I'll probably understand it. Maybe.
Oh man, Hanu, are you gonna be a dick?
If that's true, I'm envious.
Hanu, let's roll a dice to see if you're gonna be a dick today. He's gonna be a dick. You say like, well, obviously I won't step on ceremony. People will go to you first. I mean, there's no use stating the obvious. Even if
What
you
can
do
I
learn, I'll still be the best one here.
Absolutely.
He says it not via pride.
technology.
It's not like pride he's speaking from. It is just a truth. To him, it is
No.
just fact.
That's just objectively true, yeah. You know, Eshe agrees with you.
Yeah, I just
What's my
I had to
brother
roll for
lying
his
about?
social graces.
Mm-hmm.
It might be true that they come to you for technical stuff, but if anyone wants to have like a good conversation, a nice friend, a person to talk to, anyone that can reach a high
Alright,
shelf, they're not going to come to you first.
okay.
Yes, and that's why I'm not asking him for help with that.
What's
Well,
my brother
one-
lying about?
The first things first. That was not the point of discussion. We weren't talking about talking to people. We were talking about engineering. Also, I can in fact get
okay.
things on the high shelf better than you. I can climb walls.
Okay, he's not lying. Anyway, I'll go back to scouting now. Sorry.
I'm still keeping an eye out, but I'll admit this is fascinating. You
I
definitely
do-
know that a good amount of it is going over Eshe's head, but you can tell that she's trying.
It's really funny. Just in my brain, it's like, yeah, getting something off the high shelf and imagining Hanu climbing the wall like the Exorcist in the middle of the night, and you flip the light on, and he's just upside down on the ceiling.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful.
Kanye, man. Look at this little man. Look at this awful creature.
Mm-hmm.
Ah! Ah!
Also, I apologize for inserting myself into that scene. It's just that Diver's
You're
in the
right
back
there.
of the car. Yeah.
I mean, everyone is technically within earshot of that, so
Mm-hmm.
Percy's right there too, in fact.
yeah, everyone's within like a 10-foot radius of the center of the court. So
Yeah, and if Hani wanted, he'd pick up his stick, and everyone in 100-foot radius would hear. Because you have to remember
Okay.
my fun stick, they'll make me talk forever.
within a day. Okay. So I have to. Yeah.
I'm posting another meme related to what we talked about earlier. Damn it. Damn it. There we go.
Anyway.
Sorry, stream. That's just for us.
That's
Yeah.
for us.
It sucks because my mum says that.
Fuck that. And fuck her.
Mm. Yeah.
Either way,
Yeah.
do we move another hex? Do you need us to roll anything?
No, unfortunately. So someone had already rolled that
Correct.
session. So, you.
I mean, obviously, I observe it before it arrives.
I mean, what are we currently doing? Were we like currently doing something with the elephant thing? I can't
No,
remember.
we are
No.
on the road again, heading
Yep,
towards
we-
Sustain's Pass.
We left the elephant corpse behind.
Okay.
We did
Yeah.
consider going and following the necromancer's footprints, but
Mhm.
I think we didn't do that.
We're walking
Okay.
500 miles.
Yep.
Alright.
And then 500 more.
As you're traveling, it is getting later in the day.
Yeah.
And you like later in the day to the point of like you're starting to look for places to make camp.
Mm-hmm.
When you see coming down the road in your direction is another wagon.
I would like to designate that wagon as my lead.
You have a minute before it shows up. Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
What does the wagon look like?
It looks like a pretty standard like cloth covered wagon.
Okay, so it's
Rhino
not like
drawn
fancy
wagon?
shit.
No,
Is it a rhino drawn wagon?
no, it's horse drawn.
Oh, okay.
Why a rhino?
I was gonna say.
That's oddly
Because
specific.
Because that'd be
choice.
fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't dispute that.
Yeah.
Mm.
So it's just
Like, who
abandoned on
doesn't
the
want
side
a
of the
rhino
road?
drawn wagon?
Like, is it abandoned or are there people
No,
there?
it's like it's driving in your direction, like driving down the road in your direction.
Can we
Oh, like,
see what the
opposed to
driver
us?
looks like?
Yeah, what's the
Uh,
hair color of the driver?
From this distance,
What distance, Hatter?
it's a ways away. It's not like miles down the road because the road kind of
Is it within
snakes
300 feet?
Probably not yet.
Okay, me looking at my stick? Within a distance, you say?
Yeah. So
mean,
that's what I mean. Like it's you can see it, but it's a ways off. So as it's coming towards
Is
you,
it within 600 feet?
I'll say yes to that.
Okay.
I was like, I
Um,
can shoot that.
Uh-huh.
Okay, that's pretty far.
I can shoot that. Actually, I can shoot 750 feet.
Damn, that's a lot of feet you're shooting. Why do you need to shoot
Yeah.
that many feet? Do you really hate people with foot fetishes that much?
Yes.
I agree. I
Uh,
approve.
That's fair.
100,000 feet, you say?
I mean, Hanu will maneuver the cart and tell people to move slightly so we're not like in direct impact directions, obviously.
Move to
Like,
the side of the road, not the middle.
The
yeah,
question
color-
is, the
What's
question
hair color of the
is,
people.
well, we don't know yet. It's very far away. But the question is,
Mhm.
are we driving on the left side, or the right side of this planet?
ooh.
That's good. Are we driving on the right side or the right side?
Are you driving in the American way or the correct way?
Which side is the steering
For
wheel?
once in our lives, America has a majority on its side on this one.
I am a
Would like
monkey. I drive whatever side I damn well please.
That's fair.
Hannah, I would like to perceive them. I would like to
Yes.
investigate them.
So, as you're coming, it appears that there are two people in the front.
Uh-huh.
You can't make out like man or woman.
No.
But one is relatively tall and kind of willowy. Dark, a tanned skin, and the other one is shorter than that figure. Again, height is hard to determine from a distance, especially in just in comparison to the two of them. Who has like a more olive skinned. You can tell that this shorter figure either has very short or no hair.
Mm-hmm.
And the other figure definitely has like long kind of wavy brown hair.
Okay. What's short and no hair. Okay, yeah, wavy brown hair. Okay.
Yeah.
What's the hair color of the horse?
Don't see what that matters.
It's that I don't remember what they're called, but it's the ones that are white with like brown spots.
Okay. Okay.
Mm.
Cool.
Eshe will, as they're walking, just she will hold up her Mambele and wave, not in a threatening way at all, just like she's using the Mambele to make her arm a little longer while waving. So, friendly, but communicating, we do have weapons.
As soon as we get within 300 feet, or get close to 300 feet of them, Hani will look to everyone and go, I can just say hi. I can just talk to him if you like.
They do.
If you-
They do
No.
kind of like with the shorter one, kind of like waves at you a little
You
bit.
can't-
Wave.
Look, we could maybe hear them if they shouted, but no. That would
Speaking of
freak
which,
people out.
Are we in a place where the mountains might be like dangerous for rock slides or
No, we're in the
avalanches
fields.
or anything?
Look at us.
One moment. Apparently there's a bad storm coming, and I'm gonna have to swap Wi-Fi to the internet to the phone.
Take your
so
time,
give me a
sweetie.
minute.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Mm.
So I'm gonna drop from the call real quick. Talk amongst yourselves. I apologize.
Yep.
Please hold.
So, for no, I'm not like transmitting my voice into their brain. I can just be heard from a distance
You're
away.
just shouting very loudly.
Yep.
No.
Well, no, I can speak at my comfortable speaking voice. Very far.
I know,
Yes.
but you're talking normally, but it will come out as very loud.
No,
No,
it'll
it
just
won't.
come out comfortably. Like, I can post my stick.
If Eshe wanted to, she could take out her
Megaphone.
yep.
Normal voice can be heard clearly by creatures
fair
within 300 feet, regardless of pretty much everything.
I mean,
Oh,
Yeah.
fun.
I don't really need to do that from like fucking.
No.
So,
Yeah, you don't
you
need
know,
to.
maybe just a quick hi, how you doing, where you going as we pass by, but we're not going
Yeah.
to yell at them from 300 feet away.
It's not yelling though.
Oh,
For
no,
the
yeah,
record,
not
record,
literally yelling.
what I described Eshe doing didn't sound threatening, did it?
No,
Okay.
Not to
good.
me. Well,
just
Because
have
I-
your weapon out and the wave with the other hand.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Well, no, she was waving, holding the weapon, but like holding it up as if just doing that to make her arm longer.
Might want to do it on the other side of the Mombele then, the
Extension
non-shaped
waving.
side.
Fair.
So at least it still looks like a big stick, basically.
Yeah.
Yep. Basically, it just seems polite to, when you're on the road, say hi, let them know what's up.
Mm.
Look, when they get within reach, we'll just obliterate them with magic. As we pass by them on the road casually, I'll turn and cast level 2 Burning Hands and just drive by. Drive by flamethrower.
Drive by fucking fireball.
If it was fireball, I wouldn't even need to drive by. I'd just huck it
No.
and they'd explode in the distance.
I shall take this opportunity to go mess with my ice cream.
Good plan.
Mm.
But
That's fair.
if Hatter gets back, don't feel like you have to wait for me. I'll be back soon. So, whatever.
Okay, I'm back. How's it?
Welcome back.
Every time.
What
God
happened?
damn
Why?
it.
What?
Eli just stepped away to get.
Instantaneously. I'm still going to do the ice cream thing, but again, don't hold off on me. Just
Yeah, I
know I might take a
certainly
minute to reply.
Alright.
Mhm.
That's so
like
funny.
seconds before you came back, and I went, I'm gonna go get some ice cream, carry on without me.
God, it was so funny. Just like the minute he stepped away,
Yeah.
Instantaneously.
very funny.
Uh,
Yeah, I think the general plan is like people don't like the idea of Hanu talking to everyone in a 300-foot radius, so we're just gonna try and just chill, pass by,
yeah. Okay.
don't
Yeah,
do anything unless they do things.
as the sun is setting, this wagon is slowly coming towards you, and you can make these two figures out a little bit better. The driver appears to be the shorter figure appears to be the driver. A uh they are that she's like 5'6", olive skinned woman with these deep set gray eyes. It's kind of a squarish jaw, thin eyebrows, no hair, like completely shaved. And she has this like very pretty glittery lipstick on and complementing eyeshadow. She's like a bunch of she's got makeup on, not like very like in your face, but it's very clear that she has makeup and is like made to look very nice. She has a couple of tattoos across her body. You can see under her uh expensive but not like royal or nobility clothing. The gentleman sitting next to her is tall and willowy, with tan skin, um, deep, deep set eyes, light brown, but the light brown, uh, well defined cheekbones, wavy brown hair, and you can tell that his hair's like got some like uh either natural or dyed lowlights, and when you get like within like 20 feet, you can tell that he has like a. You're pretty sure he does. When you get like with right next to him, you'll know it's him. Wearing some kind of like cheap perfume, and he's holding a map. You can tell it's a map from this distance.
Nina wrote some recall knowledge, both of which are relevant. Are these circus performers?
They they look like they might be performers of some kind, but nothing screams circus about them.
Okay.
I mean,
Because
that's a
both of
good
these
line
are
of thought,
relevant.
actually.
Yeah. Both these laws are relevant to circuses.
Yeah. Yeah, you would expect the circus to be more ostentatious, more eye-catching. They definitely seem to be artists
they're
or
off, they're
performers of
traveling.
yeah. They definitely seem to be artists or performers of some kind, but not circus.
Okay, not circus. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, what was the name of the circus?
Um.
Because we read a banner with the name on it.
Fuck, did I not write it down?
I hope you did.
If I might just have to use the other one that I used. Yeah, I'll just use the other one I used. Michael's Circus of Wonders.
Just go
Okay. If we are within, are we within 300 or 120 feet?
Yeah, you're getting like closer. You're like well within 300 feet, and they kind of like waved at you, and they're like as they're getting closer, the woman is like kind of like waving hi to you, but otherwise isn't like doing anything. They kind of moved, so
they
they're
are
not going to
probably
hit
moving
you.
faster than us because the cart's not exactly fast.
I'm going to mimic casting a spell.
Okay. Roll me
Deception.
Yeah, deception.
My deception is the same.
All right. You think you do okay?
How do I do? According to the spellcasters.
Well, what spell are you trying to mimic?
Okay.
I You
Yeah,
rolled
what's Hanu's most used spell?
any version of an attack spell, but message is also viable.
Yeah, message. A mimic message. No,
Oh, you
wait,
know what?
message is only verbal.
Oh wait,
I'm
no,
using
hold on,
somatic components here.
hold on. I have an idea.
Yeah.
I understand you're doing a thing, Ellen. However, I have a thought.
Yeah.
Hanu is going to pull his stick out while driving, and he is going to cast dancing lights.
I'm
And
sorry, I'm
he's-
back. What has happened?
We are getting closer to the guys on the other cart. I'm going to cast dancing
fucking
lights. And just trying to start swirling, like, just making a light above the cart. And just like, we have lights from a stick.
Woo!
Yeah, I'm mimicking casting a spell. It is not message because message is not somatic components.
See, the thing is, I only have violent spells. If you mimic casting violence, they might think you're trying to kill them.
Oh no, I'm
Yes!
casting Mage Hand. I'm casting Mage Hand.
Mage Hand's violent.
Yeah.
With the 16, I think you do pretty good considering it's a cantrip, so it seems fine.
You do just good enough to beat my perception DC, at least.
Oh hell yeah.
If it's
How
going
about
against, like, Arcana, no, but, like...
How about yours? Dive.
Hello.
Hello. What's your perception DC?
My perception DC. I don't remember.
I mean, if it's
Let me double
against...
check.
If it's lying, it's against deception.
Yes, if it's lying, it's against my deception.
Oh no, I'm doing a
my-
performance. I can't cast spells.
Oh, okay. My perception. DC.
No. I would still say it's your deception, not your perception.
Okay. Yeah.
Because you could I
You can
like
tell I'm not
if
casting
my
a
friend
spell.
was like I don't like roller coasters, and then I saw them on a roller coaster, I would be like, they told me a story of the time they went on a roller coaster. I'd be like, you don't like roller coasters, but I guess you went on one time, right? Like that's still a lie.
Maybe that's why they don't
Mm.
like roller
Yeah,
coasters.
maybe that's why. But they
Yeah.
know you don't cast spells, but maybe you figured out how to cast a cantrip. That's not unreasonable,
Yeah.
right? So yeah. What's your deception DC?
My deception DC is I have a plus 12 modifier to my deception check.
Right.
It's 22.
It's 22.
You know Nina's not casting a spell. There's not even any visual magic component here. There should be a visual magic thing happening. She's just doing sounds and motions. But yeah, Nina's mimicking casting a spell. Hanu's actually casting a spell. Nina's looking at Hanu, kind of frowning after she cast her spell, and she's like, "Okay." She's also looking for the reactions of the people coming at them.
Yeah, you cast you do some hand things and fucking Hanu, thank you. Waves the staff and a bunch of lights appear, which is actually nice because it is getting dark. It's not sunset yet because you should start looking for a place to camp before it hits sunset. But it's definitely the added light is not bad because the shadows are getting long, and they're like, ooh. And actually, the guy that's looking at the map looks up and is like, oh, points and
lit up
gestures
his
at you.
map forward.
Do they point at me?
They kind of just motion to the point at the group of you.
Okay.
Just give a thumbs up.
You get a sense
Well-
that neither one of these people are spellcasters.
Yeah. Okay. That's good to know. We're not ambushed by a wizard.
I think these are just people.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Random encounter zone has to be combat.
Yeah.
Unless
I'm
we
gonna-
make them combat, I cast
we
chill
can-
touch. No.
As always, as I say, just because I didn't plan a combat doesn't mean there won't be one.
Okay.
So, that's actually one of the reasons I casted I casted Dancing Lights is because this is one of the spells from the Ringmaster staff.
Mm-hmm.
So it would draw attention to Monkey with Stick, and the light would make it apparent what the headpiece of the stick is as they get closer, being if they would recognize it.
Does Nina recognize Dancing Lights?
Dive does.
I mean, probably roll me on a con check.
Yeah. Okay. I'll. Yeah, it is Arcana. I'll probably know this.
It has to be like DC 15 or something. It's
not that high. I think DC. Oh no, you don't recognize it. You've never seen it
Oh,
before.
okay.
You have no reason to know what it looks like. You've never seen it before.
Yeah. No.
She has, because Dive's cast it before.
Yeah.
Oh, you have.
But Nina doesn't know how it works.
But are you? Hold on.
If Nina knew how it worked, actually, maybe I get an easier DC. But
still
if
natural
Nina
one.
knew how it works, she would tell Hanu to
So,
stop
if I
doing
remember-
it because it
so
requires concentration.
The staff, I believe, is arcane, while I believe Dive is occult.
Dive has arcane spells. Dive has
But he's
access to them.
divine.
But she is a divine caster. But she is getting arcane when she. I think we were swapping out one of our things for the ability to have arcane spellcasting.
Right.
Wait,
So,
like,
but
it's
the
occult
way you
spellcasting,
cast Dancing
spellcasting
Lights
is
then was
occult.
not through arcane means.
Yeah.
I don't
No.
think. So
Yeah,
it is slightly different.
I think it's occult because Shadow Sorcerer is occult.
Yes. So
Yeah,
I
occult
think it's
because you're a
occult.
shadow sorcerer.
And the staff, I'm pretty sure, is arcane. So there is a slight difference. This is all like, I'm gonna be real with you. You natural one. I can't.
Yeah.
There's
No,
nothing I can do.
Nina does not know anything.
Yeah,
Nina
there's no.
was gonna check. Oh, is this a thing that Hanu's sustaining instead of driving? And she's not gonna know anything.
I
about it.
can
She's
do
just gonna assume
both.
he knows
I
what he's
can
doing.
multitask.
Yeah, it's not like you're in the middle of like being chased down. If
Yeah,
Yeah.
if this was like a chase, I would. Yeah.
I would have to stop. Well, I would be
Yeah,
spending
no, but you're
actions
fine.
driving.
Yeah.
No. So the main reason I'm doing this is because if these guys are part of the circus, as they get closer, the lights and the stick would become more apparent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they just kind of like oh the lights, but they don't seem to like take notice of like they're not like that's the circus. Yeah, they're not like that. And actually, as you come in like let's say 50 feet of them, and they're not going crazy fast. The thing about wagons is it allows you to move a lot of stuff. They may be moving faster than you, but not like zooming by. They're not like racing. You actually see her turn to the guy with the map, and she's saying something to him, and he's like shakes his head and is like no, and he like gestures at like shakes the map a little bit. Yeah, and he's clearly like in a quick thing, and as they get within like
Can I
I'm
hear?
gonna
Are you-
send out
Dive-
gonna send out a message because I can do that. Just cast message.
Well, a
Okay,
message is
okay.
a
I
range of
don't-
120.
No, I don't
Yeah.
need to ask for directions, dear.
Yeah, but they're in 120.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so just
Okay.
hey, sorry we can't stop, but I hope the lights can help you on your way.
Now we can stop.
I was Dive was actually gonna shout out, "Do you guys need help? Sounds like you need help with
Actually, yeah, it's
directions."
just it's like,
the guy is
hey,
about to say something when the woman like claps a hand over his mouth and goes, "Yes, could you tell us what city we're on the road to?"
Copper leaf.
Copper leaf.
Fucking
How's
told
the-
you! And she like shouts at the dude. Fucking told you.
How's the road up ahead?
Fine. Didn't have any troubles.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
The snow's made it a little hard, but it should be fine.
It's pretty much
Okay.
the same.
And
like the way we came
she
as
like
well.
she like pulls on the reins a little bit and slows down and like turns back to the guy and she's like, "I fucking told you we're on the road to Copperleaf." And he's like, "Man," he's just
Hanu-
mumbling at her.
Hanu says at his normal speaking volume, in which everyone can hear because he forgot he has the stick in his hand, and just goes, "Oh, this is interesting." Just
the road's not that much different the way we came, so
Where are you trying to go to?
We're trying to get to Last Light.
Oh, you can just take a right.
Isn't the main bridge in Copperleaf though?
I mean, there's other
I
bridges.
mean, you
So
could go to
there's
Floating
a bridge.
Minty.
Yeah.
Yeah, floating. Yeah, actually, the guy fucking busts out laughing.
Is it not? Is it not Floating Minty? Is
It's
that not how
floating
it's said?
mint. Not
Oh,
floating
mint.
mint, man.
we're
Oh.
not from around here.
How do you like stops like
Floating minty.
like the dancing lights stop? Is he like hold the fuck on? He goes to grab the map. Like no, this is Minty, right? Like Minty.
That's not how you pronounce it.
Minty, come on.
Minty.
It does
Oh.
look like Minty though.
Notably, they can't hear anyone else in the car besides Hondu, who's
Just a very
perfect
old
clarity.
They're within like
Conversation.
they're like within like 30 feet of you now, and they've stopped.
Okay.
Unless you like
He
unless
puts
you
the
are like
stick
slowing
away.
down, you'll be passing them soon. But yeah, they
Yeah.
can.
It's like, come on, it's Minty.
I'm telling you, man, it's mint.
It does look like
Then
it's
why-
spelled Minty.
Then why are there two E's? It's just MIT if it's Mint, or MITE for Minty. Like, it doesn't
I
need two E's.
I don't know, man. I didn't name the place.
Oh, look at God.
As they're passing by, Eshe says, that is absolutely beautiful body art. Fantastic tattoos, and more directly to you, fantastic makeup.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm hoping it will impress.
Certainly has myself.
Mhm.
Come on, it's Minty. It's just Minty, come on.
Shut up, Hardy. No one cares about mint.
Why would it be floating mint? That doesn't make sense.
Oh, but and floating minty does? Get over
Yeah, it
it.
sounds cool.
It does.
Yes.
I love the dive in Percy. I mean, it does.
It kind of does.
Do be careful. There's been
There's a dead elephant up there.
also yes, there's signs of an elephant having been attacked on the road. Perhaps some sort of bone collector thing.
Right.
Oh,
So do keep your eyes a bit open going forward.
Yes. Also, the famous Phantom Thief has been in the area lately.
Oh goodness,
Do keep an eye on your belongings.
Yeah.
we should be fine. We're not particularly rich.
Yeah.
I like to imagine, because of how small Hanu is just in the front wheel, as they were getting closer, like, are they letting a child drive?
Yep.
And it's a
He's more like a
monkey.
family pet, to be honest.
I can't imagine that someone who calls themselves the famous Phantom Thief is much interested in, pardon me if this is offensive to say, but petty thuggery.
They're not
Yeah.
called the... No.
Yeah, they're not called the famous Phantom Thief. Mainly because there's two of them.
Yeah,
You
there's
know.
two of them.
What?
The Phantom Thieves.
Actually, out of character, does anyone know that?
Yes. Io and Ori are like famous, like as a duo.
Does anyone know that?
I mean, they keep being called Ori, Io, and Ori. So
Okay,
yes.
okay. I thought that was out of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You wouldn't happen a good, no good place to camp for the night. Considering we
That's
might have to.
funny. We were just gonna ask you the
We
same
were-
thing.
Yeah, we were actually
Oh.
going to do the same thing.
If we find a place around here, quite a few of us need relatively little sleep, so we would be happy to assist you with keeping guard.
Yes,
Our
we can
last camp
certainly
was
set
this
up together
morning,
if you
so-
want to pitch tents for the night.
Well, we're going in opposite directions, though, aren't we?
Yeah, but
Also,
we can
Hada,
stop
should we
here
move
for
a hex?
the night.
Not yet.
Okay.
So you are, because technically this is the hex that you're supposed to be in.
Okay.
So we should So we might be going opposite directions, but we should actually stop here soon because it's getting dark.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
stopping together
And
in a bigger
there's-
group is
yes.
generally a good idea.
Yes, and if there's really only two of them, you do outnumber them significantly, so they don't seem to be much of a threat.
Unless they're the
Um,
Phantom Thieves and will rob from us.
I'll kill him.
Wouldn't be that much of a robbery, I'm gonna be
Beyond
honest
a-
with you.
Not a
Yeah.
lot to rob.
Beyond
It
that,
is.
I admit I'm being selfish here. I do want to know exactly who gave you those tattoos.
Oh well, of course, well, if we're gonna make camp, we should probably do so. And yeah, they stop, and we probably have to backtrack anyway. She like elbows the guy. Well, we'll follow you.
So,
Alright.
introductions, I believe, are in order.
Oh,
My
please, yes.
name is Dive. This here is my good friend Ashe Ghost. What is it now?
Eshe Ghostheart.
That's the one. We have Hanu Monet. We have Nina Monet, the better of the two. And we have Sir
First
Percival.
of all, the fourth. At your service.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. I am Carver, and this is Or. Hello.
It's a pleasure. And Eshe
Yeah.
curtsies.
Hold on. You're a carver and ore?
Is that spelled with an E?
Carver with an A at the end.
Oh,
Carver.
Arver, not Carver.
Carver, yeah.
Oh.
And Or, yeah, Or, yeah.
So as in like
Yeah.
a carver carved an ore?
We get it all the time, man. You don't have to do this.
I had to check.
My brother is socially inept.
And
I
inept in a lot of
hate
other
you.
ways as well.
Aggressive today, aren't we?
Ow, spicy.
Hanu threatened like I'll bite you at Dive all the time. He legitimately like walks over and just like bites Nina. Like literally just, "Ah."
So
Damn, Nina really didn't do anything. That's just all Nina's been doing this.
So I imagine you,
Sure,
you-
we'll set up the oversized tent. For
yeah, well,
us.
you keep going down a little bit until you find like a thing. They like following you.
Oh, a clearing.
Mhm.
You pull off to the side. You start setting up camp with the big tent, and they actually see the big tent, and they're like, "Oh, actually, no, the big." Did I say the big tent had?
We have a big tent and a
Yep.
pavilion.
We have a huge tent.
And the huge tent we did get from the
The
circus.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if the big tent had the circus thing on it, and I think it did. So
The
they're like,
pavilion tent is
they're
the
like,
one we have.
yeah, the
but-
pavilion tent, yeah. And I think that they're like, "Oh, you part of the circus?"
No.
No, actually, we just
Dead
have
elephant.
Sadly- Yes, sadly we found that people associated with the circus had been, well,
the previous
Something.
owners of this tent are no longer with us.
I the human I buried, sorry, it wasn't a human, right? It was
The one that owned the elephant.
the
I think it was an
person
elf.
the person I buried and left a makeshift grave for the elephant corpse we couldn't do much with. Admittedly, it's not. It is gauche to borrow from the dead, but if this is a circus tent, then it's likely that whoever owned it is still out there, at least in part.
The phrase "the man that I buried" is there's a lot of connotation.
Yes,
yeah, watch
when
out for
when
that
we-
bone thief.
When we came across it, the owners were already beyond this realm. So you're trying to find a very fancy way of saying they were dead when we got
They,
them.
Yes, they had been attacked
They were
by...
dead when we got here.
They had been attacked by what may have been a necromancer and a coterie of undead.
Oh goodness.
That's my assumption based on the fact that the attack appeared planned and deliberate, and the fact that
necromancers do like to steal bones.
There appeared to be footprints from well, undead.
Mm-hmm.
I admit I would have liked to go after them, but that's not exactly what we're doing right now.
And get boned.
No, I believe that I would be the one hoping to do the boning.
Oh.
Perhaps further down the line, once we have established. But that's not for idle conversation.
Hanu
it
sits
is.
there with a question mark
You're
above his
doing it.
head. He's slowly disassociated.
So, what do you two do? Do you actually carve ores?
Oh my gosh.
We're actors.
Oh.
No wonder
Attempting
you have so much.
actors.
No wonder you have so much skill with makeup. Then
Wait, I'm gonna roll a dice. I'm gonna see if Dive says the thing she's thinking.
Yeah, it's why we're heading to Last Light.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is it very
Okay, she doesn't say that.
based around there?
Of course.
Last Light has had. Wow, you really aren't from. You must be from like
Yeah,
the other
we're
side of the
not
No,
continent.
I know
around here.
everything.
we've come quite a ways.
The Last Light has had a a monthly rotating cast for the last like 50 years.
Oh, interesting.
And people have literally arrived and hung out for years before they like make it through the auditions to get on stage for that month's production. So, and you know they big things happen in that production. It's the entryway into the rest of the stage plays. It's always the same play though.
What plays have you done?
Oh, we've done a few. The Dancing Robin.
Mhm.
Willoughby Run.
Ah, yes.
And the guy's like, well, we don't forget the Windy City. Oh yes, the Windy City.
Oh, yeah, I like the
Yeah,
Windy
that one didn't last very long. Really, because most people don't.
Oh,
I'm afraid.
I find it's kind of like I mean it was kind of brave, but
Nina's
I
just
find it
standing there
full of
with his
shit
pretty
right now.
charming.
He's standing there with his arms crossed, eyebrow raised, seeing how far
Yeah,
this will go.
Eshe
Look,
briefly looks at
look.
Nina and then is graceful
One of
enough
our
to not
20
do
books.
that.
One of our 20 books had all the plays, and Nina read it.
I'm trying to find a way
Okay.
to join in with the bullshit.
So actually, you know what? Roll me.
Are you an outlaw?
Yeah. You actually roll me an outlaw or society check.
I just rolled an outlaw.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I am so used to roll 20 being like, ding, that was a roll done, and the Foundry just doesn't do it.
Yeah, just no ping.
Yeah, there's no ping, which is like good. You don't want to be pinged constantly, but also it makes me not realize that someone has rolled something. Oh fuck, I didn't actually give this play a name. I have the whole play written out, like the whole synopsis of the play, but I didn't actually give it a fucking name because if I give it too much of a name, it spoils shit. So
it could be the Dancing Robin.
No.
Okay. Also, Nina read like 20 to 40 more books.
Okay,
in the
it is
library.
It's called Love's Betrayal.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait, no, not Love's Betrayal.
Okay.
Oh my god, what's the fucking line that it's done?
Love's Betrayal.
Starving Love.
Okay,
Starving Love. The basic synopsis of Starving Love is it's a love story between two people, And there's like a third part of the play. There's a third member that like is quote friends with them, but is in love with the guy, and tries to constantly steal him away from the other love interest,
Scandalous.
to the point of like obsession. And in the final acts of the play, he rebuffs her, and in a fit of jealous rage, she kills him.
Ah,
Damn.
spooky.
So she points at you two. Who's the dying one?
Uh,
I mean, it's
we
very
don't-
prestigious play.
Which one of you was
Yes.
more commonly cast as the corpse?
I mean, we haven't done. That's why we're going. We want to pass the not the interview. What the fuck is it
so
called?
you
Out of character.
Audition.
Audition. We need to pass the audition.
Even great actors are usually cast in bit roles.
Oh,
wish-
100%.
Yeah.
Hey, how about this? We are just like here for tonight, right? There's like nothing else we can do. Why don't we provide the music and you provide the entertainment?
Wow.
Sure, yeah, why not?
Nothing
Oh,
wrong with telling a good few
okay.
stories over a roaring campfire and a hot drink.
I'm afraid I'm not much of an artistic soul myself, but I would absolutely love to see you work.
He's gonna walk off and start setting up a campfire.
Eshe will help out with that.
Yeah, you
I'm brave. I'm an artistic soul. Myself.
I oh dear.
Yeah, I see through the lies. I perceive.
So
Yeah.
they start like doing stuff, and
Dive casts a spell that I was hoping to save for a different time. However,
hey, oh shit, hell yeah.
Your behavior.
rule of Hannah, are we allowed
Is-
to bend the rules?
Your behavior as an audience member.
Yes.
means
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
music
Your behavior as an
fits.
audience member. Yeah,
Yes.
100%.
Yeah.
So yes. So that being said, yeah, you do this. It gives them a +1. What the hold on. One is the woman. 1 and 2 is the woman. 3 and 4 is the guy. Okay, yeah. The guy is like
sucks ass.
no. He's like starting to do the play. Like he's starting like she like does this whole like not soliloquy, but this like whole like 2-minute long speech from memory. And then like he gets up and is about to like rebuttal her. And the moment he stands up, because y'all are like next to the fire, one of the branches above you that is like laden with snow finally like lowers a little too much, and it just directly on top of him, and completely like he just stops, just
Dive
covered in
bursts
snow.
out laughing.
Eshe
Yeah.
fails
Absolutely
to
cracks
fails.
up.
Eshe fails to completely conceal a laugh and says, "Do you need a little help?"
Unfortunately, Hannah, my society DC is 22.
Yeah.
So only one of them passed. I think the other one is terrible.
Or not to tree? That is the question.
Yeah, she's good. She's pretty good, all things considered.
Yeah.
She could
He
probably go
has
far.
trouble
and
recovering from the snow dump.
Yeah. He's clearly one of those actors that when he gets thrown off, he has a hard time. Like his improv is bad.
Mhm.
So, for a little bit of criticism, you point to the woman.
No.
You're great. You try to avoid trees. What happened?
It's gauche to criticize without being asked.
Yeah, also you asked them to perform.
You're right. You're right. It was a very good performance. That is not incorrect. It is a great performance.
Don't. No, I need to sit back down.
Oh, hey, I laughed.
She gives a bow. Thank you.
It was a good performance.
You're welcome. It was very good. And also, yours was very good until.
Yeah. I think that you guys will do great in Min.
Yeah.
You can
You,
only hope.
Mm-hmm.
I wish you all the luck in the world.
Oh,
Yeah, just avoid
absolutely.
any trees and you'll be fine.
From one
Um,
storyteller to another.
Actually,
good
just
luck.
Ashe just very gently bops Dive on the head.
Hey, that's mean.
Yes, it is.
break a leg, may the devil pursue you, etc.
Wait, what?
I don't know if it's
it's
I
an
don't know
odd
if it's
thing.
this way here, but actors in a few of the places I've visited were very superstitious, and they believed that wishes of luck were, well, to be avoided.
Yeah, I'm just
I
thinking of.
I see. Don't say Lord Voldemort's name, it's taboo. Got it.
Oh?
Exactly.
Ah.
So I was muted eating, but I did want to quickly retcon a thingy because I think it's funny. At the end of their little performance, when everyone clapped, Hana used the stick to cast glitter dust to make confetti.
Wonderful.
He just pointed the stick in the air and a bunch of fucking glitter started raining.
Yeah, roll to aim that correct.
No,
Okay.
I don't need to roll to aim that. He
Otherwise,
aims it
you
so it
might
doesn't.
blind them.
Yeah, no, he aims it so it's not. He aims it upward in a cone upward. He doesn't need to roll to aim a spell.
That's valid. You're valid.
Yeah, Hanu just in the background as everyone claps, he just raises the stick and casts a ball of glitter like confetti.
Mm-hmm.
Throughout the rest of the night, Eshe is congenial as ever, but she will, possibly a little more than is polite, she will poke the woman for makeup tips.
Oh yeah. She has like in their cut is like everything you expect for actors. Like they have a bunch of different costumes, makeup, paints, all kinds of stuff. And in fact, you think that they sleep. They actually you know for a fact that they sleep in the wagon. They don't set up
Makes
tent.
sense.
They just snuggle up in the wagon.
Ah,
you
that's
can.
adorable.
Out of character question. What does congenial mean? Because it sounds
Let me
like
check.
congeal.
It does sound like
It
a
does
deal.
sound like that. I might be using it wrong.
And
Okay, no, I'm not. I'm not. Having the same tastes, habits, or temperament, sympathetic, or of a pleasant disposition, friendly and sociable.
Okay. But I'm imagining Ashe congealing.
She might, but for this, it just means that Eshe likes hanging out. Eshe is extroverted, enjoys talking to people.
Can you just
Eshe's next
imagine?
last name, Eshe Bloodclot.
I was gonna say, can you imagine? Because Pathfinder is the kind of game that would definitely have a spell like this. Instead of like create water, it's like congeal liquid, and you can just like congeal any amount of like a gallon of liquid in a container for into like some kind of mass, and people would just be like, I can congeal his hood.
Truly
blood is
vile.
just
I love
another,
it.
Yeah.
Congealed blood is just another way of saying stabilize.
That's like a slightly that's like the 2 steps below explode heart.
Congealed blood, explode heart.
Invert
Same
penis.
difference.
Wait.
Oh god. That's the worst one.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, when you need it, you need it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, but once they're done acting, Percy's gonna get up on the quotations stage and just tell a couple of his stories.
Eshe always enjoys listening to Percy's stories. You know, that's a little more familiar. We do, obviously, there are plays and works of drama. Where wouldn't there be? But in my home, oral storytelling is often done in the form of epics and poems and such things.
He doesn't have that many stories about himself yet, so most of them he's just telling them about the epics of his ancestors.
Yep.
Yeah, they're
one
like,
of the-
you like telling the story. They've never heard these stories before, but they're like, oh yeah.
one of the things that might be noticeable throughout this is that as Nina is perceiving this this play happening, her her hologram flickers and ever so slightly changes, as does her
Oh?
tail.
Changes how?
Colors, textures, like hairstyles, facial features.
Interesting.
Nina be
Ever so
hitting the random
slightly.
button.
Nina is very into the play until it goes wrong, and Nina's just like in the audience, listening and watching and perceiving intently. And as she's doing that, she's kind of changing ever so slightly. At one point, her tail becomes red, and she's not sitting in the like limelight. She's kind of in the shadows. But yeah, like her facial, like her expressions change along with the play. She's not very good at. One of the things about Nina is that when she's perceiving a play, she's also in her head playing, living herself into the play and kind of like feeling with the characters.
That's
And-
similar, Nina. I do that all the time.
Yeah, and in addition to feeling with the characters, she kind of changes with the character.
Also, there's no way that Dive doesn't notice this because there's no way that Dive is not next to Nina.
Yeah, I'm not sure who else notices.
I mean, that's what they all.
But then the play goes wrong, and then she stops.
And
It's just
then
like-
it goes back to normal.
Which play specifically?
I mean, this play,
The one
okay.
with the snow.
Yeah. Okay.
the
Yeah.
one that's
yeah.
happening in front of her.
Okay. Yeah. It doesn't go too terribly long because it's hard to do a two-man show.
Yeah,
A
Even
two-man
harder to
show
do a
with
one-man
zero
show
prop.
because once he gets snowed on, he's like, "No, I'm not."
I'm out.
one of the things that Nina's doing in her head is she's playing out the bit characters.
Mhm.
In her head, she's adding those in, and she, yeah,
Yeah. She like there's like the woman's pretty good at putting like a surprising amount of emotion into her like 2-minute speech. That like you don't know what it's about or what it's in reference to, but damn, you invested in it.
yeah.
But yeah, and
I won't lie to you. If I didn't space out through most of you talking about the scene, one of the other spells my stick lets me cast is Illusory Creature. So I would have absolutely added a third guy who was
I mean,
entirely
if you want to
silent.
whip out some creatures for
Yeah,
Percy's sagas, you can.
I sadly
Mm.
casted Glitter Dust, and it only has 2 charges in my stick.
But Hanu, you have no skill.
Yes, that's why I didn't do it.
Only be in the way.
Look, I only need to roll if I'm attempting to fool somebody. I can just make things happen.
No, you would need to roll performance to
Yes.
take part in the play.
That's yet another reason I didn't do it.
Yeah.
It's because I don't have skill. Hanu has been taking this, I assume, roughly around an hour before bed, which is the approximate time required to do things for my ghost dad. My brain dad.
Actually, Ghost Dad is like Ghost and Demon Devil Dad is like, why don't you join in on them?
No.
You should join them.
No.
Acting is a wonderful way to get yourself into the mindset of another.
Demon Dad's got his popcorn out.
Well, you see what that man did with the snow on his everything? I would have done worse. No.
Did Hanu and Dad notice Nina?
Put on the lion costume. Hanu. Dance around like a singy boy, Hanu.
Hanu has been crafting something because that is what he promised he would do. He is trying new art forms in crafting. He has promised nothing about dancing or acting. This is not part of the deal.
Yeah.
Here's my crafting roll for my crafting thing. He is he is starting something. It's just going good.
Mm-hmm.
Not perfect, not exceptional. He's just crafting. What he is currently crafting is different than what he has been crafting lately, though. He is crafting a sun umbrella, like a paper sun umbrella. Does nothing if it rains, but like a little shade.
Yeah.
Also, Hanu is not entirely interested in the play. Like, this isn't his preferred performance.
Yeah.
Like, Hanu is more interested in, like, kabuki. This isn't kabuki. He doesn't care.
Yeah. Did Hanu notice that?
He noticed that you were in your brain. Sorry, I have the social unaware trait. I don't notice anything.
Oh no, it's not socially unaware. It's Nina like literally changing colors and slight shapes.
Nina going with her LGBT lighting.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, he noticed that. He noticed you
Okay,
activated
hitting the random
shapeshift.
button.
Yeah. Which Nina has never done before.
He noticed this, yes. He just didn't say anything because he didn't care.
Okay. Anyway. Yeah.
Actually,
Personal
sorry, one.
stories are great.
Actually, basically lets everyone know I need relatively little sleep. By everyone, she means the people who don't know. So I'll be up most of the night. Percival, I assume that as usual, you will be aware when I take my 2 hours rest in the morning.
I'll let you know. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Once his stories are done, he's going to make some food because he wants to get better at that.
All right. So, food specifically, I thought long and hard about this, is either a survival check or a crafting check.
That makes sense.
Definitely.
Let's have a look.
And the reason I came to this is survival is the you are not trained in any special techniques, you don't know any these weird recipes. You are very good at doing
Just experimenting.
Not necessarily experimenting, but you're very good at doing what would be considered homely meals.
Yeah.
Not necessarily
This
homely.
stew will feed you and keep you warm during the winter.
Stews, pastries, meat pies, things that you when you go to grandma's house, she's cooking with survival. When you go to a fancy restaurant, they're cooking with crafting. They're using weird techniques, fancy knives. They cut the carrots 3 different ways depending on what the dish is. Survival doesn't give a shit. They just cut it up and throw it in.
Survival is home ec. Crafting is culinary.
Yes, exactly. 100% that.
So Hanu is also
either
good at
way,
cooking.
Yes. So, however you want to do it.
Well,
He is trying.
It's okay.
He's getting
It is
better.
edible.
It's edible. Yeah. But like,
It's just
to be frank,
like a nice stew, I guess.
Hi, Frank.
to be frank, rations will only get you so far. So even if this isn't like, even if this is below average, it is still probably better than the rations you've eaten for a few days now.
It is better than space.
It's
Oh god!
It's
Oh
still-
god! Yeah, the rations
than
were an
space
upgrade from
food.
space because space was just was just
it's
mushrooms.
just
Yeah.
he still has a few of those, just like in his bag.
We out here like Dora Hedoro. I think I made that joke already.
Man,
He had a
poor
few potatoes just left over in his bag, so it's just like a stew of like wild vegetables and potato.
You see, I don't think the rich man in the spaceship can do anything evil because he's too busy spending every day eating mushrooms.
Mushrooms and
harvesting
potatoes.
mushrooms.
Man has been doing mushrooms these weeks we've been down here, and he's like, I want to die.
Anything,
Yeah,
anything.
it's just
I would kill. I would kill for a salad, not even a steak.
would-
A salad.
especially when Percy called him up. He was like, "Hey, yeah, so steak."
Well, it's in the cargo hold.
But yeah, he'll just like
Ellen,
put together.
No, those are
What?
people.
Yeah.
He'll just put together like a very beginner's soup, beginner's vegetable
Yeah.
soup.
Yeah. Like what you would expect from like a low end tavern.
Yeah,
They just throw some shit into a pot and dole it out. 100%.
it's just
it's
a pot
totally.
of water with veggies in it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. It's nothing fancy, but
No.
it'll do. Yeah, you make it up. They eat. They're like, oh, thank you. I
The closeness
think
that
the
was to a double 20.
Yeah, for real. You think the woman's not that impressed by it, but the guy seems to be like, oh yeah.
Do let me
Dude.
know how it tastes. I do actually want to get. I have sort of.
Wow,
Not so
the
much
cook
stream-
background is sure survival.
Not so much streams, but I do have like an idea to maybe, once everything's said and done and we settle down for the years, maybe open a tavern. So let me know how that is.
On for the point of Zero, yes, you're correct. It is survival, but as a reminder,
It
making
also has
alchemical-
cooking lore.
Yeah,
and
but
cooking lore in seasoned.
Yes, but making alchemical foods, which is a thing, is a crafting check.
So,
But
Let me-
that requires special ingredients and know-how.
so let me correct myself. I am not disagreeing with you. I'm saying, oh, it's funny how right you were, Hatter.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The game, the system itself, kind of says yes, that's entirely correct.
The only thing better would be cooking lore.
Yes, 100%.
I can actually do it with art lore.
You can
a
make
dish
my
look
food
good.
look pretty. That
You
ain't
can
gonna
make
make it
it
taste
look
good.
fancy.
I
Well-
would. So here's the thing. I would allow art lore, but with a really high DC.
I can
I'm
also
gonna-
do it with underworld lore, but it's
Don't need
don't
that.
let a cop see it.
I was gonna say something, which is Dive can tell you that a food is better than it actually is, and then I remembered, damn, Dive is just Gin from Doctor Stone, huh?
That's funny.
But yeah, he
Uh,
does have a genuine please tell me if it's shit. I actually want to get better at this kind of.
Oh god, Devil died and loved that sentence.
See, when somebody asks for criticism, then it's appropriate to give it to them.
Yeah, the guy's like, I think it's perfectly fine. I mean, couple more, by the time you retire, it'll be fantastic. And the woman's like, could you use a little more salt
No,
and pepper and
Fucking
I mean,
right.
he sort of motions around to the wildlife. I made the best with what we've got.
yeah.
No, I ran out of salt. I have chalk.
Just
So
Just make Hanu upset and just make Hanu angry, and we'll get salt.
How? Hey, actually, I've had trouble getting salt. We spent it all on a recent exorcism.
We did use a lot of salt for
That's
exorcism.
true. That's true. Yeah.
We did kind of expend a lot of our salt.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
sure.
that would explain why it's so bland.
Unflavorful.
Yeah.
Yes.
Speaking of which, don't use my chalk as condiments. It wouldn't work, and more importantly, we might need to
I have
do
my
more
own chalk.
exorcisms.
I know enough about food to not put chalk in it.
I have
It
my
was
own
her idea, not
non-haunted
yours.
chalk.
Mhm.
Mm.
But noted, I will keep an eye on that, and maybe you would stock
Yeah.
up on some
Anywhere
spices.
we can,
Should we go to
anywhere we
town?
can buy salt up ahead.
Well, I think the closest town is Floating Mint, to be honest, but that's a couple days
Minty!
away.
Like no,
Mint!
no.
Minty!
Floating Mint! It's
I mean,
floating-
it has a food in the name. I would imagine it.
I
would be-
understand. It has two E's. I don't know why everyone pronounces it Floating Mint.
Are there no townlets in between here and Hussein's Pass?
Not on this road.
That's fair.
There's one beyond Hussein's Pass, and if you pull out a map, they'll say that there's like on this coast here, there's a town.
Oh wow, that's pretty far away.
I mean,
Yeah.
we weren't going that way, but we were stopping at.
Yeah,
the
Hussein's Pass is people don't like to be around Hussein's Pass.
Might there be a
No,
salt
so we've
mine at Hussein's
heard.
Pass?
We
Sorry, what?
have heard the rumors about how you shouldn't stay the night in. the pass.
Yeah.
Do the-
Things.
Any salt mines on the way?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I'll admit I could do without spending some time in some mines.
I
long
agree.
We've had enough of those for a time
We
being.
have had a fair number of experiences in the mines as of recent.
Wow. It would make sense that there's no salt mines. It would make sense that the closest place to get salt would be on the coast.
If we keep walking, we'll find it eventually.
Mhm.
Though admittedly, I don't think that'd be the best use of our time.
No. You wouldn't.
I'm sorry for using up all the salt.
It's fine.
It's
It was
okay.
it was for
necessary at the
important purposes.
time, and I forgot to ask Percival to put it on the list.
He like takes his list out and writes it down.
I love now that you've clarified you don't have salt. I should throw a giant slug
We
monster
have a
at you.
little bit of salt. We
giant
don't have
leech
enough
at you.
salt.
No, Hunter. Due to how Eli's class worked, Eshe would dig into her bag and find 3 remaining pebbles of salt, which would be enough.
Which would be enough. Yeah.
Just in the very corner of the bag is a tiny pinch of salt.
I only
this is
have what I
blessed
need to
salt.
kill things.
Yeah.
I love the idea that you don't pull out salt, you pull out a salt shaker, and that's enough to make the leech go. Ah!
Yeah.
Honestly, given the way that Eshe's class works, yeah, that'd probably
So,
work.
It's
Nina.
very clearly empty, but
Yeah.
just the sight of the shaker.
You start brandishing the salt like a fucking crucifix to a vampire. Back, demon.
What's up, Hanu?
So you go, we're out of salt, and I forgot to ask Percy about. So you just hear Hanu from the background start listing salt substitutes in the bag. He just starts rambling.
A lot of these,
this.
I know.
a lot of things you mentioned are not actual edible salts. They are salt elements.
They are alchemical
No,
salt.
he is specifically listing
Salt.
food alternatives for salt.
Yeah.
Because
they're
crafting
not
is a-
listing inherently salty foods.
No, there are things you can use as alternatives to salt in food that are not salt.
No. What? No.
Yes.
Yes, okay, but
Yes.
I think just salt will be fine, Hannah.
Look, if she's gonna
No,
complain, she's not looking for a solution.
Like out of character. No, you cannot replace salt. Salt is salt.
No. There are salt. things. Replacements
Either
for salt.
it's gonna break down into salt in your stomach, or it's salty. Like I don't know. I don't understand that.
Oh, good, Ellen, you're getting salt for us.
What do you mean? There's alternatives to salt?
There's alternatives to salt. I don't know what to tell you. I have some in my pantry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's something that isn't the chemical compound that,
It's
that
not
makes
very-
table salt, but it is salty, and I don't know what
It's
it.
not
what
very
it is.
common, but yeah, there are alternatives to salt.
No alternatives
Okay.
to salt.
Okay.
There's alternatives to
I would-
most basic cooking
I would
ingredients. if you
look it up,
for
but my internet is shit right now because I'm on my phone.
It's just most
really?
people would go to salt because it's quick, easy, and not recognizable.
I think Dive, as one of the only people in the party that eats, Dive notices the lack of usual flavor in the cooking, but doesn't care because that's how she used to usually eat. Being on the outskirts of the Azaketi people, when she was on her own, because of course she had to fend for herself, and that includes getting food, which was basically just raw fish all her life, or at least for
Types
a
of
large
You're used to it
portion of it.
being very salty,
Yeah. The
unless
one
you were a
suffering-
river fish.
the
Food
person
is
suffering-
She's a shark, so I don't know.
Yeah, the person suffering the most of that salt lack is Dive.
And she might not like salty foods.
She literally grew up in it.
Yeah, so she can give it or take it. It's like yeah, salt is pretty okay. I wouldn't say no to having less of it.
Food is food.
Food is food.
There were a lot of spices back in the Expanse that I really loved. Unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to identify any of them nowadays if we could find them. I was. Cooking is another thing that my soul was not creative enough for. What can I say? Creature comforts have never appealed to me as much as others.
Does this world have peaches?
Yes.
Is that a thing you have here?
Yes.
And I would like to find peaches one day.
Peaches.
Peaches.
Honey
God, I
is
fucking
sitting
love
there
that,
like,
man.
Honey is sitting there like, in my brain tells me my favorite food is peaches. However, I have never eaten a peach. I wish to confirm this.
Mhm.
What's your favorite food, Peach? Why? I don't know. I just Peach.
Because in the fake world,
Yeah,
my favorite food was peach. But that was the fake world.
For
Unless
me,
you have no favorite food.
I imagine that since even when she was air quotes biological in the simulation as a Duskwalker, Duskwalkers are explicitly it's rare that they're very interested in sex. So I imagine that at least for Eshe, being a Duskwalker means that all sorts of creature comforts she doesn't find super compelling. Like, she likes them just fine, but it's not something that she feels a lot of desire for.
Mhm.
So turning into a robot, again, less of a change for her than it may have been for some of the others.
Mhm. So, yeah,
Anyway.
you, unless there's anything else y'all have plans for, I'll call the session there. No, I'm kidding.
Short
You
session,
wake up
fun.
in
We
the-
got nothing done. Let's move on.
Hell yeah.
I mean, look, if my internet cuts out, if my internet gets worse,
What happens, happens.
happens.
Yeah, what happens,
But for now, that's a joke.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Let me make that clear. Actually, let me double check the battery on my phone. Okay, we're good. So yeah, you wake up in the morning, and you start waking up, and you're in the pavilion. Actually, yeah. At some point in the night, they get up and hey guys, can we sleep in the tent with y'all?
Absolutely.
No, we set
because
up the big
those you-
tent
tho-
for you.
I mean, some of you are in the big tent.
Mhm.
I keep
Because
the cart
those
in
of
the
that
big tent to avoid being
Yeah,
robbed.
for those that don't need to sleep. Actually, you know what? They
Yeah.
back up their wagon so it's in the tent, so it's just
Yeah.
like another room off of the tent.
Yeah.
So
When
they
it
don't
comes
wake up. They don't wake up, but they're like for those of you that don't need to sleep or those that
Mhm.
sleep very little.
Yeah.
Fuck, it's snowing harder. Oh, no, not harder.
Mm.
It keeps snowing, and so it's kind of building up now. Now it's becoming an issue.
Hannah, who's the god of snow?
Frosty.
I mean, Bandita would be the
Yeah.
god of nature, so
Yeah.
almost certainly they have a child as the god of weather.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a god of weather. Why?
Oh, I'm just gonna say, hey, Bandit. This isn't revenge, but if it is, try harder.
Nah,
It'll start
Oh.
snowing harder.
I would perhaps not moon the
Hey.
gods.
But like,
But
I
try
don't know.
harder.
Hey.
Okay, white dragon it is.
Look, I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like, you don't need to. Like, I don't know. If this is just normal, then that's fine. Don't
Hey,
worry
roll
about
me a
it.
d20.
Yeah.
Nina, are you calling heresy again?
You are asleep.
I don't.
have
I
eight
do.
You're
hours
committing
without
heresy
you.
over that.
I'm like,
I
I
have
don't.
8
I
hours
sleep.
without you.
I sleep. I actually have to
Inquisitive
sleep.
act. Inquisitive act walks out from behind a tree. I smell heresy.
I
All of
knew
us
it.
do have to rest at least a couple hours, but yeah, Eshe does make the most of her not
Okay.
having to sleep.
Yeah.
I have 6 hours without Hano.
Mostly he's just like watching the snow come down,
Yeah,
and
with-
then when it starts really coming down, he
Yeah,
moves
with the
back
tent
inside.
and the fire and whatnot, you're fine. But it is going to be a problem trying to. The roads are muddy and slushy.
Nina's gonna pre-crank the car.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah.
I'll admit, I found snow a great deal more charming the first time I
Oh,
saw
there he
it than
goes.
I do now. Up.
There goes gravity.
Ah, poor
There goes
Hatter.
gravity.
Oop, there's
there goes the
gravity.
field.
Da-da-da-da-da. I am Hanu. I'm God now.
It's me.
It's-
I am the god.
Don't get me wrong, snow is still beautiful, but having trekked through the mountains, I grew accustomed to the beauty quickly.
Okay, he's back.
Hello again, hun.
Hey.
Whoop, there goes gravity.
Oh, I didn't. I kind
And
of stayed
he's-
away from snow
he's there
most of
if
the
you can't hear
time.
him.
I mean, I had to get from the expanse to northward somehow.
Yeah.
In
It's hard. It's hard to go through snow and still keep, your hands agile.
Well, on the
In-
plus side, I don't have to worry much about that anymore.
Yeah, you
In
got,
the
like, leg
simulation-
gloves and all that stuff.
Mm.
in the simulation, which is not accurate.
How
Yes,
do you
home-
sleep?
we are very aware that you like to constantly refer to the simulation and its
we-
inaccuracies.
I'm just gonna assume it's morning. Hano, go on.
When in the where Nina and I were programmed in, there was a
Mhm.
natural hot spring in the mountain that kept us relatively warm year round.
Yeah, and
That
it
sounds
wasn't
lovely.
far. It wasn't far enough to give us frostbite in the hands.
Mm-hmm.
We had like specially made gloves.
No, because you
Hanu-
need gloves for your hands and your feet.
Those are called boots.
No, they're not. They're called
That's what
gloves.
I said. Yeah, and
Hanu
and I have-
raises a leg up and he does like a wave with his feet hands.
Yeah,
Right,
Nina raises a leg up and she does a wave with her feet.
I
We need
Hannah and
special
I have
gloves.
very different feet, as Hannah calls them. And we had to have them specially made every time, and also we had to do that this time also.
Well, I'm going to deal with the snow.
Yeah.
Zero. I don't know if this was
Hannah?
intentional. But strong king's energy.
No, he's a monkey. That's what monkeys are like.
Yeah, I know. But I realize now, it's like the hand feet thing made me think of kings, and I was like, oh my god, Hanu's a lot like kings.
Look,
Except competent. He's actually competent and can do things.
Yeah.
look, I'll bite you.
Picked up a trick or two in my travels. He's
So
gonna
actually, I'm gonna do a
lick
thing.
flip his tower shield around and start using it as a snow shovel.
So that's a 20 because I'm stealing Hanu's Addison's tool. Do you have Addison's tools?
No.
Okay, shit, that's a 19. Nina's been modifying the winter wear for the monkeys.
I am sorry to tell you this. I do not own winter wear.
No,
Eshe has
the
winter
party
clothes,
does.
but
Yeah.
The party
that's-
owns 3 sets of winter clothes.
okay.
We own three.
Does that
sets and
include
they're
one of the?
all
Does
being
that
worn.
include the one on Eshe's sheet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Nina
your...
also has one. Actually, 4
And I
sets
have
of
one.
winter clothes. Nina has throughout the night been modifying 2 sets of winter clothes to work with the monkeys' feet. And Nina, when Hanu wakes up, Nina's gonna ask Hanu to
To what?
check her work because Nina's okay, but not as good as Hanu.
Nah, it looks pretty fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Hanu and Nina, twinsies.
Yeah, it looks
Mhm.
alright.
Mm-hmm.
It's just one's red, one's blue.
Yeah.
Okay. You only want one. I didn't know we had winter clothes. I won't lie to you.
No, we
Plus
do.
he's
And you
outside
should put
using
some
his,
on.
using his tower shield as a snow shovel so they can get the carts out.
Eshe would be willing to help with that. Unfortunately, her Membele is a very shitty shovel, so she'll just be using. I'm not sure she has anything on her that would make for a good shovel.
I would assume Dive has I would who bought our winter clothes? Dive?
Dive definitely does have winter clothes.
Dive
Yeah.
has winter clothes, Eshe has winter clothes, Percy has winter clothes.
And we specifically got winter clothes traded that would work for Dive
Yeah.
because of her flaps.
Her flaps. That's adorable.
But I don't think they would make them for monkeys,
Mhm.
especially if we only have 4 sets.
Nina invents those shoes with defined toes, except for hands.
Oh no, that was passed down to her.
Ah,
ones.
of course.
Yeah. Because we did live near a mountain, and usually we only had to go not very far to get to the hot spring, but sometimes you gotta go far.
So it's the way I imagined it was less. There was a hot spring nearby, in that the ravine area of the mountains they lived with had a hot spring underneath them that pumped hot air into that one specific place in the mountains.
Yes.
So while
And usually-
everywhere else was cold as balls, they were
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, and usually if you went out, you didn't have very far back.
Yeah.
But sometimes you gotta go far. And then it gets cold in the winter.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
However, Hanu is like, I am saying these things as I know them. However, I wish you to understand they're not real.
They're
Mhm.
real. I know.
Based on real events, maybe. However, we did not experience it.
So the start of the simulation starts with a caveat of based on true events, inspired by true events.
The two of them wake up and just look utterly confused.
Look, it's a very weird scenario.
Yeah. So
You wake up. It's snowy. You have to you pull off all the snow that has accumulated on the top of your tent. and it's mostly just like liquidy slush. You're able to like,
Vile.
yeah, it's not great. So here's the problem.
No need
Yeah.
for the snow shovel then.
If you do anything that would require you, so you are moving at normal speed like before. This is at half speed now
So
because
we were also doing things.
The
as well.
terrain is just shit.
yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, all this is like difficult terrain. The snow itself is building up, but also has turned the road muddy, and is making it hard to go through. So it is difficult terrain.
So while we were taking our time, like searching on all that.
Yes.
Earlier.
So if you do anything to take your time again, it'll be 2 days before you get to the next hex.
Yeah.
If you don't, you can. If you don't do anything that takes your time, you can get to the next hex.
Yeah.
We basically have to start going without exploration activities,
Essentially, yes.
or ones that don't
something.
modify speed.
Yes,
Yeah.
or ones that don't modify speed, but only for the people that are on the court itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think Hanu's modify speed is literally just I need to do this to drive the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And we
how
can't
many?
take the slow people off the cart.
Right.
Otherwise, they'll
Yes.
slow us down.
So, Percival is on the cart. How many people can be on the cart at one time?
Me and two
plus
others.
driver.
So,
Mhm.
Hanu, Percival, who's the third?
Dive.
Dive.
Isn't
Alright,
it?
cool.
I think
By
dive.
default, dive, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the three of you, Hanu is driving. So Percival and Dive, you can be using exploration activities that would move you at half speed. Eshe and Nina, you cannot, unless you're willing to.
Mhm.
Well, Hanu cannot because he's driving.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Hanu cannot.
Yeah.
Hanu's action is driving. That's it.
Yep.
I guess I would look up some exploration activities that don't slow us down while we're going, and
Yeah.
Just assume
I'm
we're
okay with
doing
just
them.
not doing an exploration activity,
yeah,
but if you find anything that looks good, do say.
yeah.
Yeah.
Until I find something, we won't.
That being said, Percival and Nina, Percival and Dive. What actions would y'all like to be taking?
I guess I can
Uh,
scout.
I will
That'll be fun.
search.
And such. All right. Yep, that'll be fun. Someone roll me survival.
Dibs. That's
Yeah,
my
man.
job.
Go for it.
Bing bong.
Bing bong, fuck your life.
Good roll.
All right.
Decent roll.
Dive. You start. You like you're scouting. You're keeping an eye out. I imagine you're like high above the wagon to like
Just
have
tied
eyes.
to the wagon like a balloon.
And you're keeping an eye out. You're keeping an eye out. You're watching. And the whole forest seems quiet. Like everything has slowed down and quieted due to the snow. The snow is like simultaneously muffling sound and causing things to echo.
Mhm.
So it's like the whole like forest seems quiet. And actually as you're getting out of the forest, you're kind of getting into more not open fields, but less forested areas. And you travel a good several hours actually, several hours before the two actors veer off and go down another road heading towards
Wave
floating
them
mints.
off.
Yep. And
She waves from. Hi, Van.
they wave back at you, saying bye. Hope to see if you ever in last light, look us up.
Okay.
We'll do that.
Bye.
Bye. And you
I will
Watch out
actually
for
write down their
zombies.
right, thank you. Forgot about them. Thank you. I totally forgot I needed to have an existential crisis. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What did Honey say?
Watch out for zombies.
Look, would you prefer I didn't say it and you get eaten? Like, come on.
No, that's
fair.
good decision.
You make it to this hex, and you move into this hex, and everything just seems quiet. Nothing really seems to happen. Yeah, everything seems fine. You are able to surprisingly settle down and find camp and make camp again for the night. Is there anything anyone would like to do in particular on this day?
Oh yeah.
No, I was yawning. And I don't think so. I'm actually gonna go make myself a coffee real quick so I can be able to stay awake more.
Yeah, yep. What are you looking for, Nina?
Yeah, I can. I'm not traveling at any speed higher than 300 feet per minute, aka a travel speed of um uh wait travel speed of uh which is 24 miles per day, which would be but I'm traveling at about 20 miles per day at most.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So I'm searching.
Yep.
I'm
Is there
not doing
anything?
thorough search, but
Is
I'm
there anything
searching.
in particular anyone would want to do for on this day?
Nothing comes to mind. Eshe will. Well, Eshe will mainly just be walking until we get to camp, and then she'll be focusing on making sure there's a dryish place to put the tent.
Nina.
Hanu Hanu considers the amount of upgrades he needs to make to this cart.
Yeah.
Set up the
To make it
campfire,
truly all terrain.
Yeah,
set
he's
up
like,
the
I
campfire,
need
make lunch, or dinner, or
like
whatever.
detachable spiked wheels so that we can travel through icy terrain. I need to make more
Oh.
seats.
Yeah, it does say move at half speed. I mean, yeah, okay, I guess I'm not searching.
So, Nina, roll me a d20.
Yeah, I would love to roll a d20.
You notice that as you are like walking, and it's been a while, it's been a few days now that you've mostly been walking, you find yourself marching. It's almost like as you just kind of like zoned out walking forward, you find yourself marching like military style, as you do so, and you catch yourself doing it. You don't know why, but you do.
Me specifically, or do I look around and find everyone doing?
You specifically.
Okay, that's weird because they should be moving randomly. Sorry. Nina's a little like I don't know.
And once you notice, you don't you like you kind of like fuck up marching once you noticed it, but you did notice it.
Yeah. Nina's thinking about why that would be, and she's like, I've never been I've literally, I've never marched. Oh, I have marched, actually, Nina thinks. I have marched, but only failing to imitate a god or something. um, and she's thinking about that dream she had, where she was some sort of heavily armored deity worshipping champion person.
Percival, when you're pretending to be Percival.
Yeah, that dream where she was Percival with a she's like, could it be that? Is it just the circumstances? And then she's like, it would be. I mean, I guess I gotta do everything once. She goes off into her thoughts. You could probably hear her mumbling to herself a little bit.
I get the feeling that that's not super unusual.
No. You might be curious. If you're not curious, Nina's not gonna bring it up.
I'm not sure if Eshe would even notice, since she's one of the people who's having to focus on moving.
Hanu is
I-
sitting in the driver's seat with
I'll
a
be right back.
blanket wrapped around him like an asshole.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. I am interested if this ends up provoking another vision, though. That's
That would be
always
fun.
fun.
Yeah.
That could be it. I mean, I feel like we
Yeah.
might be getting fucking siren songed in the forest.
Yeah.
Quite possibly.
Too bad we don't have a bard, no counter performance for us.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be fine.
We're gonna be fine.
It's back.
Hello again.
Welcome
Oh, my internet is back.
back. So the thing Nina can do at full speed is make educated guess as to which locations are best to check, but she cannot check them. And she's just looking around like, oh, I should check there. I can't. I should check there. I can't. And she's just like asking Percival to check places. And Percival can only check so long because we're moving at full speed.
Mm-hmm.
He's looking. Though he's mostly just looking for
Guys.
immediate dangers rather than intricate
Yeah.
plots.
You see,
So
the
that-
thing is, I don't know if I can upgrade the cart to be both faster and have more seats at the same time. I think I
No.
gotta do
One
one
or
or
the
the
other.
other.
Yeah.
No, that's okay.
Guys, I did it again.
What
Did
you
what?
do?
I
Oh, you made cup of
instinctually
tea.
made a cup of tea instead of a cup
Uh-huh.
of coffee.
Yeah.
Well, tea still has caffeine in it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hun, the thing you just sent me is really accurate.
So I guess basically the thing Nina is doing is like aiding Percival.
In the morning he's doing the searching, and at night he's doing the cooking.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hanu finishes his shade umbrella.
Wow.
It's like, here's an umbrella. It does nothing against rain or snow. Here.
It's an absolutely lovely parasol.
Are you gonna reject that name?
No, parasol's a term for it. I just didn't think about it.
Yeah, but it was in the simulation.
No, it's in the dictionary.
It's in the what? No, not
Dictionary
this
is also in
dictionary.
the simulation.
In this world's dictionary, it's called a parasol, but this world's language.
I think Dive is just going to spend her time antagonizing Hani.
Did you find a dictionary aboard the spaceship?
Yes, actually.
Fuck.
But if you did,
Yeah,
it
Nina, you
wouldn't
should
be
know
a
this. You
mistake,
uploaded
then.
it into your stupid brain.
I did. I was hoping you didn't find it.
She like hooks Hanu and Nina around like each arm. Come on, guys! It was a collaborative effort.
I am
It
driving.
I am walking.
Ah, whoops. thought we-
Nina is pulled along with the cart.
I
Nothing
thought
drag
we-
along.
No,
Nina's
I
kind of
thought-
like
I thought-
stumbling off the side, like
I
to the
thought we
side
were
of the
done
car.
for the night.
No. Well, you can be. You can be. There's just
Yeah.
there's something that happens after everyone goes to bed, but before everyone wakes up, that I need
Yeah.
to address.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, we can.
Well,
bedtime.
either Eshe or Percival will be awake when it happens, but
Or
Actually,
Nina, and
actually,
Esther and
Nina.
Percival.
yeah, Nina.
Yeah.
Yes. So, just everyone gets to camp. Builds camp. Is there anything you want to do at the camp?
Nothing specific.
Set
Okay.
up a campfire, make dinner, and then whatever.
Nina's gonna lick rocks for like while dinner's being made.
Yeah. Okay.
She's
Here's the
looking
fun.
for
Here's the
salt.
fun. Here's the funny thing. That is apparently something that geologists actually do.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know why, but they do it for some
He's
reason.
just
looking for
looking at
salt.
I
Nina
imagine-
while he's like stirring the pot. It's like, are you that hungry?
No, I'm looking for salt.
Salt the
for
fire.
I
dye.
don't know. I don't know the precise details, but I imagine that you could tell a few things like that. Like,
Yeah.
obviously, the presence or absence of salt, or you could also probably tell how porous a rock is.
Probably.
Nina's also looking for salt substitutes, as Hannah has pointed out.
Mm-hmm.
In this new stone world, this will be our Doctor Stone. I'll leave.
Put a lab coat on the rock.
Oh my god. Dive would look great in a lab coat. Hey, honey,
Yeah.
you should make Dive a lab coat. I mean, I'm Dive. You should make me a lab coat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Dive
you
is
should
make
becoming
Dive
a
a
blood
lab coat.
person now.
New
honey,
development.
honey, you should make me a lab coat. I'm clearly the smartest one here.
You should make Dive a lab coat.
Hanu adds earplugs to the top. Hanu adds 3 sets of earplugs to his list.
Yes.
It's like, oh, Hanu, you made earplugs for like most of the party. No, these are all for me. These are for me.
Love it.
I need all of these. I have so many ears.
So, as you set up camp and settle things,
Those two have to sleep for 8 hours, and we only have to sleep for 2. And there's
Yes.
3 of us.
Nina.
Which means, even despite us having no penalty to perception while we're resting, 2 of us are awake at a time.
Yes. This is not a time period where you are awake. In fact, while you are sleeping,
Well, I'm
Nina.
sleeping.
yes, you are
Uh-oh.
sleeping. Nina,
Oh.
you the cold, which is hard for like you can feel the cold, you're aware of the cold, but it doesn't have the same connotation as it would if you had like flesh, right?
Yeah, my scales are
Um,
pretty protected.
Yes, but also you're an automaton,
I'm an automaton.
which doesn't have flesh like
Yeah,
androids do.
Yeah.
So you're aware of the cold, you can feel it, it's different to you.
it's so different.
Which is why when you're sleeping, it feels strange when you're sweating,
Oh no.
like heavily sweating,
Oh,
and you
no.
realize you're panting heavily, and you like open your eyes, the sweat in your eyes, and you open your eyes, and you're in this tight, confined space with this tiny little light in front of your eyes, and you're like, like sweat is in your eyes. It's this that you're trying to open, and it's stinging, and there's you can hear pounding boots around you, and the clanging of metal armor, and you realize how heavy you feel. You feel like you're carrying like 100 pounds of stuff on you, and you're just like you're trying to march, but you're just so fucking tired and sweaty, and you hear someone yell, "I'm gonna fire her! Pick up the pace!" And you're like able to like you shake your head a little bit and get the sweat out from your eyes, and you open up, and you are like probably 20 paces behind a whole like platoon of like heavily armored people, in front of which is a guy holding like a big standard, and they're all wearing like these like they're all wearing this like heavy plate mail big backpack filled to the brim with what you're pretty sure is just rocks.
Mm-hmm.
But you're falling behind, And as you're breathing, you can hear the breath in your ears, and in this moment, but not you, aren't claustrophobic, but it feels like the helmet you're wearing is starting to slowly come closer into you, confining your face, and there's a moment of panic where you just have to rip the helmet off, and you panic and you grab at the helmet and you rip it off and you throw it off to the side and you fall to your knees, and you're panting heavily. The pack you're holding shifts and almost flings you to the ground, and you would vomit, except you feel like you don't have anything in your stomach to do so, and uh, and you in your moment of like catching your breath, you can hear the whole platoon just stop, and there's silence, and you hear metal boots coming closer to you, crunching, like leaving imprints on the ground. Whoever it is heavy, and they kneel down beside you.
You need to get up. You need to get up right now.
And your muscles don't. There's no. You try standing, your muscles don't react. Like the signals are just not. They're just not sending. They're just not signaling.
Given up.
Yes. And this guy, he says, "Look, look what you did in the wastes. Good job. But you're gonna need to do more than that here. You wanna be a champion. You wanna be a paladin. You have to get up." And there's a moment where you are unable to move, and you just stay there for a moment, and he stands and he waits, and he turns around and walks away, and something inside of you forces you to stand. Your muscles are so tired that they don't feel tired anymore. Like you just can't. Like your brain just stops the signals of pain from happening, and you force yourself to stand very shakily, and you see that he hasn't made it all the way to the front of the regiment yet, and he's like, you can see the back of him. He hasn't turned to see you, but he definitely is like moving. Either time is moving slower than it should, or he is like purposely taking his time to let you try and stand. And you can't. He hasn't turned to look at you. You can see the head of like dark hair that he has. And he's continuing to slowly move, and you're able to slowly, 1 foot in front of the other, try to get to the edge of the platoon, and he eventually gets to the front just as you get in line with the back row. You never pick up your helmet. You never put it back on. Which is weird, being like the only other person without a helmet. But you just...
Man, you got upgraded to main character.
I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Never. In the other dream, I don't have a helmet.
Correct. In the other dream, you didn't have a helmet on.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Never ever a helmet again.
Yep. And you continue marching until you wake up.
Out of character, it's funny that it's opposite day in Dreamland.
Mm-hmm.
Oh?
Yeah.
Opposite day in Dreamland?
Yeah, Nina would never be a champion.
That well depends on the depends on the god.
Well, Nina would never be a
Champion doesn't
paladin.
necessarily mean, heavy plate, sword and shield.
No. Nina would never be a paladin.
That
Yeah,
checks
never be a
out.
paladin. Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
So
Yeah.
so it's opposite day in Dreamland because Percival would never crush a sun,
Hmm.
and Hanu. Well, I don't know what's up with Hanu.
Yeah, you two are having opposite day. Eshe, it's definitely different from how she thought of herself, but it makes sense in a way.
Yeah.
I know dying every combat feels pretty me right now.
Fair
Pretty
enough.
familiar. It's not
I
very
hope-
opposite. Dying felt like, I die every fight.
Nina, I hope to you, Ellen, more that is a interesting mystery.
Oh, it's an interesting mystery.
And that it has intrigued you, much like how I tried to do so with Eshe.
Yeah. Nina's like.
Also, I
Nina
said something
wakes
there
up-
that you need to, something happened.
Well, what did they call me?
They called you Omega Fyra.
Armiger.
Oh shit, you're a Hell Knight.
Write that down.
So let me make this clear. An Omega is not specifically a Hell Knight.
No.
Okay.
Omega is any person who's entitled to use a heraldic achievement,
Yes.
either by either by birthright, grant, or assumption of arms.
Yeah.
So you are being trained to be a person of high importance.
Yeah. A paladin.
A paladin of presumably a god.
Eventually ends up being a light devotee. Probably.
Oh yes, I totally forgot to mention this. The banner that's being held in the front by the front guy is a emblem of the light.
Okay. Yes. Light paladin. Yeah.
Paladin of the light. Yes.
Yeah. So what did you, can you write down what they call me?
Yes.
And the name of the person in charge.
He didn't give a name. You
You
wake up and you're like,
piece of information there was another. What was
there
it?
was another piece of information. That piece of information was when he knelt, he almost whispered to you, I know I know what you did in the wastes was great.
Oh fuck!
But you have to. What you did in the waste was great, but if you want to be a champion, you have to stand.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
What up?
Nina's dream person killed something in the waste after being exiled, excommunicated from the church.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
So here's a weird thing. You're positive you died in the wastes when you were dropped.
Yeah.
And everyone's first memory
The light showed up.
is
I
of
thought
them
that was
dying.
The end of the world.
Yeah, that's weird. If timeline is correct, the light shouldn't exist. The light should be dead.
No. So this must be pre that. So gets excommunicated into the waste, does something in the waste, becomes a paladin.
So the only way to
and then
to
goes back.
return from the wastes is to bring back the head of the apocalypse dragon that turned it into the wastes.
Oh my fuck.
Oh.
Holy shit. No, that has to be in that order.
So
something
the
is
first
fucking...
memory.
No, the light paladins are still around. The light is still the church.
Yeah. They're still the light is still the church, correct? And they still seem to have some form of power granted. But it is common knowledge that the light sacrificed itself
the light didn't show up in the second dream.
Not that you know of.
No.
But the first memory is always, the first dream is always where you died.
Yeah.
So you died in that one. Everything
I killed
after
the
that,
apocalypse dragon that turned
ev-
it into the waste.
everything after that is before you died. It's the
Yeah.
lead up to that final scene.
Wait,
So
Nina like wakes up and she frantically like goes into her books and starts scribbling, and like everyone can notice this if they want.
You good?
Had a dream. Nina starts
Okay.
scribbling.
Okay.
you wake up in a cold sweat.
Yeah.
Like it's cold because you're in the middle of a snowy winter, but like you were sweating.
Yeah.
Which is weird. You shouldn't be able to sweat.
Just watching Nina scribble away for a bit and then
Nina's
walks off,
immediately
comes
looking
back
up.
with a cup of water, puts it down beside her.
When did the waste become the waste?
Oh, you looked that up?
Yeah.
About 800 years ago.
Is that before or after the light?
That's way after the light.
Way after the light.
Yeah, it's been a couple thousand years since the light sacrificed itself.
Okay.
Like 1500, like 1500 years. So like 1,500 years since the light sacrificed itself.
Then then the death must be after the light sacrifice.
Yes.
Why did the light show up then? I mean, the light can be dead and still be around.
Religion's weird.
Yeah. But why did the light show up then?
Religion's weird.
Okay.
I mean, look at our world.
Nina writes down like everything that happens and writes down like starts working on theories. She's not keeping much.
No, that's totally fine. Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm glad I'm giving you an interesting story to think about.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Nina's putting on her eventual go to the waste.
Yeah, and as far as you're aware, the wastes are still the wastes.
Yeah. And you still have to kill that apocalypse.
No one has come back with its head yet.
Yeah.
Kind of wish I got these as well. Think I'm missing out.
I'm so sorry.
We're trying. No, he's just
I'm sorry. There's a reason you don't have one. I'm so sorry.
It's just watching her go ham on the books. Just gives her a cup of water and lets her be.
I'm faster. I'm stronger. I'm better.
I'm better.
I am better.
I'm better.
After a while, he's probably gonna pop his head out the tent, look up at the sky to try and gauge the weather for the morning.
It is in the morning. It is. I closed it. Fuck. It is. It is cold and cloudy, but it has stopped snowing.
Oh, cool. So it's England.
Well, this is not England.
Yes, the weather for the morning is England.
Yeah. You're trying to not do in England.
Doesn't mean the weather can't do in England.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Yeah, fair enough.
We haven't done in England yet. We haven't poured acid over anyone's face yet.
Oh, nice. Yeah. What? Hold on. Isn't one of the what spells that Hanu has an acid attack?
Probably.
Hey. Do you want me to prepare an acid spell today?
Everyone wakes
No.
up to Nina having gotten out the big old corkboard and
To answer your question, no, I do not have an acid spell anywhere on my list.
Alright, never mind.
Sorry. Oh no, I have acid arrows. I have acid arrows. Do you want acid arrows today?
We're good.
No,
Fuck it,
you're good.
I'll have acid arrows today. Get fucked.
Just
N-
pokes his head out
Nina's-
the tent and looks up at the sky like, huh, alright. Turns back around, Nina's got the fucking red string and the cork board out.
Yeah, Nina's used up 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces of chalk. She's writing something about having visited and like been in another world.
Nina, did
I
you
got this for a few hours now. She said she had a dream.
did you have a vision?
I had a vision. No, I was somewhere else.
What do you mean?
Oh, I went to somewhere.
That's very specific.
Well, I don't remember the environment.
What
was
do you
hot.
remember?
Nina says exactly what she wrote down about it. Tells the entire thing.
Yeah. Like yeah, the where you were was not the important bit of the memory.
Yeah.
Well, from
Uh,
that, it
But Nina
seems
describes it not as a dream, but as experiencing something else.
if that's the case, then it seems that both of us have some connection to this world in
Yeah,
my
with this
past life and in your whatever it is you've been. I apologize if that sounds flippant. I genuinely am not sure
I
how
believe
to.
I traveled to a different time.
That's possible.
It could also be a memory.
What were you saying? I'm sorry. What were you saying, Dive?
I can't remember.
Alright, well, I checked the weather last night. We should be good to travel.
Fantastic.
Look at how it connects. Nina points to the chalkboard.
How which part connects to what? There
This
are a
and
lot
that
of things.
and there.
Is that anything comprehensible?
Yeah, I mean, you can make your own. Like, imagine Nina pointing at the thing and it's slightly comprehensible.
Okay, are we Pepe Sylvia conspiracy board?
Yeah, kind of, but
Okay.
it makes a little bit of sense.
Okay.
There's not that much there's not that much to put on the board just yet, right? You've
Yeah,
got two memories.
That's
I
why Nina
understand
only
this
used up
completely.
4 pieces of chalk.
Yeah.
I understand this completely.
Yeah.
Well,
I
see
don't
there's
know
a lot of
precisely.
talk about champions and dragons and
Yes.
military.
Yeah, I slew a dragon.
Yes, no, I
Wait, did
remember
I-
that. You came to me asking me what that dragon
Hanu,
was. Oh, dude, it was a
Hanu,
dragon.
Hanu decides the best thing he can relate to this. The best contributing line to the sentence after hearing all the shit Nina just said is to walk up to Percy, pat him on the back, and say, "Welcome to the family, I guess." Nina was you in a past life, whatever.
You're welcome.
Is that wait?
It's like, welcome to the family. Nina was you in the past or some shit.
No, what?
Eshe just.
No.
That's sort of that. I don't know how to react. Confused look on his face.
No, Percival's from Galarian.
Well, you say that. I don't think that's true. 'Cause that's 2 people now that had memories, and I'm pretty sure they are memories of
Great.
Yeah,
things
they're pretty. I'm pretty
relating to
sure they're
this
memories.
world.
3.
I mean, I haven't had as many as the two of you, but I have had one.
Okay, then
But
3.
that was not here, was it?
Hmm?
Was that here?
Here is in where you're seeing them, or here
No,
is
no,
in
this
on this
planet.
planet? Oh, yes.
Oh, what?
Did I not? Did I fail to mention it?
Out of character, I might have forgotten. What?
Yeah, no. I was out helping some elderly, and it just kind of washed over me where I was out in the middle of nowhere, starving to death. And then I just
Oh.
accepted my fate.
Oh. Fuck.
I think I described it as a blasted heath for miles
Yeah,
around.
just a blasted, middle of nowhere blasted heatlands.
Wait,
It doesn't
might that
sound
be
like
the
any of
waste?
us had a very time.
Nina's gonna describe the waste. Does that
Yes,
sound
that
like
sounds
the
about
waste?
right.
That sounds like the waste.
Oh. Well, apparently, I did something great in the waste. And
Well,
also
that's
then I
good. I
fought
died in the waste.
Yeah. I also died in the wastes. I fought that dragon.
If I was in the wastes, I'm not certain.
Did I kill the dragon?
You technically didn't. A massive javelin of light shot down from the sky and pierced
No, I
through its
called
heart.
that javelin.
Yeah. You prayed for the light
The
to
light
answer your
killed the
call,
dragon.
and it seemingly did.
Yeah, okay.
Damn, this is some
Wait.
cool stuff.
If that dragon's still around, we're assuming this is in the past.
I know mine was in the past, though I can't make any assumptions about how far back.
Dragons can live for a millennia.
How do you know it's in the past?
Because that's how time works.
Yeah,
I
but
mean-
what indicates that it was the past?
It had visions of
fact-
the future.
The fact that
You can have visions of the future.
okay, that's a fair point. I have been assuming that this is a past life because
Yes.
We don't
Well,
have
I
enough
know I had one of
information.
Future
those.
life.
Yes.
We have a lack of information.
Assume it's the past until proven otherwise.
Here's the thing,
Well-
actually.
if
I'm
it's a
going
future
to
life, I would prefer not to know.
I'm going to assume it's a future life because I killed that dragon, and that dragon is around right now. So either that dragon came back, which it might.
I mean, who would
Yes,
ever
it's
write a
alive.
dragon coming back right after you killed it?
Yeah, it was killed
You
by.
say who would ever ride the dragon, and Percy slowly
Right.
raises his hand.
Right.
Oh, right.
WRITE.
Ride. It's like, who would ride the dragon? Slowly raise his hand.
But
Oh,
seemingly, I also came back.
it's
I-
a
I'm-
weird
I'm a
thing
little
you don't have
confused
the
on the
context
chronology on
for.
those two.
Hmm.
Sorry, go on. What?
It's a thing you don't have full context for just yet. I know from
No,
my experience, I was in hell.
Yeah, you were in hell. That's fine.
This could be this world's
Everyone
hell.
knows
It could have
that.
been old world's hell. Could have just been hell.
As a reminder,
I think the second is before the
first-
first.
yeah. So as a reminder, the first dream is always your death.
Yeah.
It is the end point of the story.
Yeah.
Everything before that is the lead up to that final scene.
It would-
Whether or not they are purely battle, like the next dream will be before the marching scene, and the next dream after that will be before that one, and so on and so forth. Don't know, but it seems that you started with the end.
Nina,
All of you.
Nina flips her blackboard around. It's not a very big one. It's a travel one, and starts writing on the back. And she starts writing a big circle where there's two smaller circles inside the big circle, and one she draws out the geography of the world as she has seen it from space, and the other she draws out the geography of the world as she remembers the maps telling her of Galarian. And she connects those two worlds with arrows in a big circle, and she puts a big question mark beside it. And she's like, are we in a before times Galarian?
I don't know.
The thing
That wouldn't make sense considering what's his face came from Galarion.
There's also that, yes.
Who's his face?
The guy in the spaceship.
Yeah.
Everyone on the spaceship.
Yeah.
Point of order.
But and you're saying it wouldn't make sense.
Well, because if he's from Galarion, how can this planet that you're on now be pre-Galarion?
Adam.
Yeah.
That is out of character. Nina's asking in character.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
What if the ships were not escaping through space, but through time? What is the best way to escape
If
the
you move through
apocalypse?
time, you would stay in the same location in space. However, we were months into the galaxy.
Yes,
I mean,
but
I
what
guess
if we
if there
went
was-
around the whole thing? It'd been 1,000 years.
We would need to be
What
in a
if you-
gravitational pull.
Mm.
And we explicitly went past at least one star.
I mean, okay. Dime, you know the most about stuff.
Yeah.
About space.
Mm-hmm.
Is there something out, like if you go around the whole of space, can you come back in time?
Roll Star Lord.
Well, okay.
It's very unlikely you'd ever be able to roll Star Lore again, so I'm having you do it, so it's not a waste.
I mean, I look at my glitch lore. Man, glitch lore,
I'm
you're so
sorry.
useful.
Oh fuck!
I'm using. I'm rerolling that.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
22. So
Below
the
DC.
the connection between time and space is
Obvious.
is one that exists,
Mm-hmm.
right? As the fabric of space is stretched and pulled, time warps. So gravitational fields could, in theory, alone warp time. If you could use magic in some way to harness that, then there's no reason it couldn't work.
Dive.
Sorry, go ahead.
Dive just goes. There is a phenomenon. Like she like sits down with her legs crossed in the air, and she
Nina
goes,
hands you the black rod.
there is a phenomenon called time dilation in which she like holds the pan up like sideways like it's a moving object. The faster something goes, the quicker it approaches to the speed of light, the slower the time moves around. Theoretically, this means that you could time travel by going really, really close to the speed of light, but that's only going forward in time because everyone else's time is passing at a different rate as your time. So if you're going much faster than everyone else, then it'll be like you've traveled forward in time just because your time has passed slower than other people's. Going backwards in time, however, I guess if there was some sort of magical way to alter gravitational field.
But Dive, how fast do ships go?
Not that
Not
fast.
that fast.
Not that fast.
Oh, they don't go faster than light?
If you like slung around a star a couple of times, you might be able to
Anna,
get
1,000 light years is not a lot of planets.
Eshe
magic.
Eshe looks absolutely befuddled by all of this.
I am just
And
as lost
also-
as you are.
The connection between space and time is evident in our good friend Canaris.
That's true. That's true.
Well, if we're being pedantic, he's not actually the god of space, he's the god of celestial bodies. It's like he's not in charge of the big. Even if he says that, he's not actually the representation of the darkness in between the planets and stuff. He is more a representation
he
of.
was.
Well, he says that, but if he's the god of celestial bodies and he's actually in charge of the actual planets and stuff and not actually the space itself.
Is there a celestial? No, he's also the god of darkness.
I mean, it's his.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, he is the god of
Mhm.
darkness. Yep, I did write that.
Isn't there a celestial body that I don't know?
I was gonna completely agree with you, Dive, until yeah, that time, darkness, and celestial bodies.
Yeah, isn't there a celestial body that could help in like make my theory make sense?
Presumably, yeah, a star. I don't know. I don't know if it had to be particularly dense or black hole. I don't know if a star would have to be particularly dense or particularly light. Probably dense, but you'd also have to have a lot of power output
Yeah.
to make it work.
Anyway,
I want to say
I'm
this
just
for you,
saying.
Nina.
I'm just saying this that dragon that I killed or its kin is alive now, and I kill it.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You are trying to jump through too many hoops to make your theory viable.
I
When,
don't
as
have
you
enough
know,
evidence.
the simplest course of action is often the most reasonable.
What is it?
Our literal ship is from Galarion, but something weird happened, and we are getting visions of people from this planet.
But look
The
at the
Luminant
look at the
planet?
continents. Look at the maps. Look at the continents.
They don't match.
They don't match at all, Nina.
I know. But maybe they could.
They don't.
Ah.
Look, whatever Galarion and Luminin have in common is entirely different.
The dogs are the same.
I am not a biologist, and neither. Well, you're kind of a biologist.
I am a biologist.
You're an anthropologist. And like
Okay,
a
yes.
medical expert. Look,
Yeah.
there's too many things that are going on here that we are trying to figure out. I believe whatever visions we have are of this planet, or hell, I guess.
Oh, I guess, yeah.
Because I'm apparently from hell.
You're not from hell, Hanu.
They were from hell. Whatever
Okay.
dickweed had to go in the pit was from hell.
Yeah, whatever dickweed had to go in the pit was
The
from hell.
pit.
The pit.
In the fucking pit.
In the fucking pit.
Actually-
You know, the fucking pit.
Ashe takes a deep breath and she says, well, now's as good a time as any to let you all know. The visions I've had so far, I believe, have been in reverse chronological order, though I can't prove that. The first was obviously my death, which took place in a white expanse of very little. The second was myself, trapped in what I believe was a ship, though I'm not certain, in a cage, along with many Azamar children. One of them was taken away to be tortured for a time. I believe that he had his wings removed and regrown and removed again repeatedly. And the third was a vision of what I believe to be the Lumen Iris of this planet. Myself there in a city full of Aasimar, and following after an Aasimar boy who I believe was my friend, and then falling off a building and onto the ground, and looking up into the face of a man smoking a cigarette with a wolf's head. The man had the wolf's head, not the. I'll confess, I don't have a full picture very clearly, but my current theory is that I was an Aasimar child. I lived somewhere that wasn't the Lumen Iris before, but was brought there for some reason. Probably not in an official capacity. But I and other Aasimar children were captured by something, unclear what, and kept in cages. And this is only based on my known interests in my current life, but I believe that I may have killed all of the Aasimar children on that boat, wherever it was we were being held. I don't have any evidence for that, even in my visions at the moment, but given why I became an executioner when I was Eshe Sun's blood, given the way that I thought about it, it seems in keeping with my character. That's what I'm aware of so far.
To be fair, your character doesn't necessarily have to carry over.
I'm not saying it does, and I'm not saying that I would have done it out of malice. I don't know if you believe this or not, but I never did. Killing. I never did it because I wanted to.
I believe you.
But killing people who I knew were going to suffer greater at hands other than mine, that's why I became an executioner. And I can see a potential reflection in the glimpses of the past that I've been shown.
This entire time, Hanu hasn't been paying full attention. He, at some point, he was listening and he just stood up and started walking circles around Dive and just staring at her.
I was listening for a while, and now Percy's just going back and forth as he's packing up the camp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that does. Dive has been rotating in the air to follow Hanu in some sort of cryptid to cryptid communication style ritual.
At some point, he stops and he literally just reaches over and starts rotating you like you're an item in Ace Attorney. He needs to look at all of the aspects of time.
Here we see the mating ritual dance of.
He's literally just investigating Dive. At some point, he turns and looks you dead in the eyes, and just wide, big eyes just stares into you, stares into your soul.
What are you looking like? What you see, big boy? Small boy? Big boy? Top down. Small boy?
He doesn't answer. He just reaches over and opens your eyes wider, like he's doing a medical examination.
You're doing that wrong.
Are you wondering the same thing I am?
Well, you're broken, obviously.
Well, that's rude. but accurate.
That's rude.
It seems Dive has not gotten in on the
It's because she's running on different software. She's
vision.
running it. Your software is different than ours.
I don't know that that's necessarily the case.
No, that's
No.
not
I-
true.
Yeah.
No. Hold on. Just hear me out. You
Hold
have to
up, little
remember,
cook.
I'm a mechanic and an expert in glitches. It is confusing that we have all started receiving visions when she hasn't.
I agree.
When things have bugs in them. It's when we're all experience a similar glitch right now. We're seeing visions. The only reason that Dive wouldn't be that I can think of is because she's running on something different.
Nina goes over, picks up Hanu, and shakes him.
Now, literally hear me out.
Nina shakes him a little bit more, and then she looks underneath Hanu.
I'm listening to you, and I do believe that this is a possibility, but I don't think it's coincidence that Dive was awakened in a situation similar to ours.
No,
And then Nina goes over, picks up Dive, shakes her a little bit.
You hear jangling from Dive. Dive jangles when you pick her up.
And then Nina shakes herself a little bit, and bugs come out of Nina.
That's unrelated.
That's gross.
Look, I was sleeping.
So, what I'm getting at, in my analogy, before I was rudely interrupted to be shaken, what I'm getting at is that if I were to metaphorically look at this, all of us, Nina, Eshe, and Percy, run on a specific type of hardware. You're automatons.
Mm-hmm.
Dive and I are androids.
Oh, you meant literally?
Literally.
Oh.
In the body of a living being, we have hardware, android and automaton. What is the software of our people, of people in general? What is the, he does air quotes, software?
The soul?
Well, it's
soul. Correct.
all the same. We come from the same place.
Exactly. But there's something
Valerian.
different about us four and Dive's software. When the
No,
software is
I don't
different,
think
the bugs exude in different ways.
Hey, Dive, have you had dreams about, how heaven, some sort of celestial, elemental, other plane?
Have I?
Okay, here's a question. Do you remember any dreams that you have?
Yeah.
Okay. You've had dreams before, but you've never had any where you were like
Someone
embodying
else?
another person, right? Yeah. You've just have been having dreams as far as you are aware of the concept of dreams. They don't seem to be visions of a past or future life.
No, I don't have any like that.
That's what I'm getting at here.
I
Dive, I think the difference in why you're not seeing things is because you don't have another person's soul inside of you. You have something else. You're still alive, you still have a soul, but it's differently shaped than the rest of ours.
Hanu,
Have anything
I'm with
inside?
Eshe
Now,
here.
notably, I would like to point this out because I believe it was Nina that equated this, because what you've been going through has been very similar to some aspects of reincarnation.
Yeah, Nina's gonna say
which
that.
is very confusing.
Nina's gonna say it. I'm with Eshe here. I don't think there's another soul. I think this is the same soul, just in a different context.
That's not important. That's not the crux of my argument. I don't care
know
about
that
that part. The
Hanu
part
are you
has
saying-
something, and we
Are
know
you
that.
saying Dive is the
no.
first or the last?
I'm not certain. I know that I am a tiefling because I am in some ways born again from a dead devil. Eshe is some kid who died or whatever. Nina,
Yes, that is the words I would use.
you're some chaotic being. Percy's Percy.
Wait, but no, but Hanu, if I'm some chaotic, well, okay, I'm some chaotic being, but also, if I'm the reincarnation of some chaotic being, how am I a paladin in the future?
You know, some people have a rebellious phase. For a chaotic being, their rebellious phase is order.
Wow, that sounds
That-
terrible.
Hey, roll me
Hey.
Arcana. I need one.
I don't know
Arcana?
what's going on.
Have an
Roll
Arcana
religion.
roll.
Roll religion. Oh,
No,
Arcana
bitch!
or religion?
That was almost a
Could I
20, you
roll-
whore!
Could I roll Underworld Lord?
No.
Okay.
That is not no.
We have to have this talk every day!
Actually, you know what? I would allow. Oh, hey Nina.
Underworld?
No, Nina, you roll. Okay, Nina.
Yeah.
So, honey, you kind of think about this
You know what? No, I'm re-rolling
Because-
this.
okay. Okay, yeah. All right. Hanu, you remember that versatile heritages, like, let's say tieflings, do not necessarily require you to be an offspring down the line of a devil or
Yeah.
demon.
Yeah.
It just requires you to have been infused by demonic energy
Yes.
or a fiendish energy.
Which is what Nina believes Hanu had believed until Hanu had memories.
Right. Now, the Wastes' full name is the Chaos Wastes.
Oh shit.
you
Oh my god,
may not
Nina
have actually
reverse
been a chaos being
reincarnated.
before.
Oh shit. Reincarnation doesn't have to be linear in time.
What?
Oh my
No.
god.
What? Ellen?
Of course it doesn't.
You're
No,
not an impossible sorcerer.
No.
No.
It is you were mutated by chaos energy, you dummy.
But Hannah, how the fuck is that dragon still alive?
Because it's a dragon.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I never said that dragon was still alive.
Oh,
I
wait.
just
You
said no
said
one's brought its
nobody
skull
has-
back.
Nobody has
Oh,
brought its skull, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's
It's
alive.
alive. No one's
Shit.
brought its skull back.
Okay. Does Nina know that?
I mean, sure, it's up to you, but you can believe what you want to believe.
Okay.
Because I feel
Okay.
like the phrase "no one has come back with its skull." Also, it probably wouldn't be fully like. No one would be like, "Yeah, it's dead." It just no one's come back with the one thing that allows you to be unexcommunicated.
Yeah.
It's all well and good to say that a dragon is dead, but do you really want to be the one
I
to go
saw
and
that
check?
dragon die.
Oh, you're positive it died.
Yeah. And I died too. I did something great. I saw that dragon die. Nina's like, oh my. Nina realizes, okay, maybe it's not the future. But Nina's like, oh shit.
So it's not that you are born of a chaotic being, you were mutated? That person was mutated?
No,
So
I
then
was.
Could that be why? So what is Percy's versatile hair?
We
No,
don't
what
know.
the fuck is up with
You
Percy?
don't know.
What was that
You know,
thing?
yeah, you know something's up with Percy because you've seen Percy go like a little.
Every time Percy has emitted like
Green light.
every time Percy has emitted coolant, he's acted very differently.
Yes.
Very more.
So clearly
brash,
something's
very
up with
aggressive.
Percy. You just don't know what.
And he
Okay,
Out of
he
I have a
himself
theory.
has not
thinking of a
noticed.
thing.
I have a theory.
Yeah.
I have a theory.
Dive is the only one whose heritage is tied to her race. Like, to be a beastkin is like specific to
It's
like,
earthly.
being born, isn't it?
I mean, it's like
Like you can't. Can you like become a beastkin even though you weren't
Yes.
born a beastkin?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
never
It's like Canterbury.
Lycan 3.
Yeah, and anything that like transforms you
And-
into a creature.
if this is a particularly strong form of lycanthropy that persists between reincarnations,
My
Hmm.
my working theory, as Hanu has been thinking about this, is noting that, to the best of his understanding, 90% of our cases of visions come from people born or exuding traits of an extraplanar entity.
mhm.
Hell, chaos, the boneyard. We don't know what's
And
going
whatever
on
the
with
fuck is up
Percy,
with Percy.
And Percy doesn't know what's going on with Percy.
Yeah,
but
I have
Dive
a.
isn't
I'm.
extraplanar. She's just a
A
bat.
mutant.
She's a bat.
Hey, Percival,
Hmm?
did you get? Okay, Nina's gonna ask. Percy, did you get a good look at yourself as you died in the waste?
Did I?
You saw your hand.
I assume it wasn't a normal hand.
No, it wasn't.
No.
I mean,
What
he's the.
did it
I mean,
look like?
obviously, he's the dragon.
What did it look like, Percival?
You know, I actually don't remember. I remember the general gist of the
Yeah,
dream. I
Hannah,
don't
what did it
remember.
look like?
Oh, I mean, I mean,
How they're trying to
buddy,
find
you
a way
know
to
what the
not
fuck
say
it is. You know what the
dragon.
fuck it looks like.
Oh
You
no,
know.
I probably
Uh,
do know, but I can't like
Yeah,
remember.
you know what it looks
said.
like, and
Yeah.
you saw Percy saw the hand, so you know what it, so you can describe it
If you want to.
if you want to.
How they're trying to come up with a way for him not to say the word
I have a
dragon.
connection to the wastes, and so do you. But we don't have a lot of information on you.
I be honest. I
Look, just
don't
you wait till
fully
Nephilim
understand.
comes out and things are getting real weird.
Yeah,
Sarah,
but none of you are celestial. None of you are celestial.
Let
You'll just
Smarty
become
speak.
it.
Let Smarty speak.
Hang on. I'll try to remember.
Would you like me to describe it?
I can tell you this much: it wasn't human, but you'll have to give me a few moments. It was a long while ago.
Yeah.
It was more. Look, I myself now can't remember.
Okay, I can describe it for you.
Yeah, please. Sir.
It was thin and small. The actual like palm of it was not that large. The fingers were long and gangly. Your whole hand and up your arm was coated in a deep purple, almost black scales, each one ending in a wicked looking curved talon.
I was making jokes.
What is Percival saying?
It was more scaly.
Lizard
Definitely
person.
scaly. There were claws. So some sort of reptilian creature.
Yeah.
I don't suppose we could rule out the possibility that you were the dragon who was slain.
Yeah,
Wait,
no, I made that as a
What
joke.
color?
That was like a joke.
What color?
Purple-ish.
So, apocalypse dragons are purple
Nina
to the
saw it.
point of black.
Yes.
Nina saw it.
Yes. However, I'll remind you, your vision, Smarty, was you were at the a tall spire of stone, like natural form, almost like a sea stack, but out in the middle of a blasted heath, and you were laying on top of it. So you didn't die out in the ground. You died
Yeah,
like
you didn't
in the
get
top of the tower.
blasted.
A lot higher.
And you didn't die blasted. You died from starvation.
Yeah.
Probably wounded.
I would assume if I didn't have the capacity to move out of a blasted wasteland, it was due to some sort of injury or weakness.
Yeah. I was so sure I'd killed that dragon.
You did kill that dragon. You're positive.
I'm positive I killed that dragon.
I mean, I'm not saying it would not be cool to become a dragon, but at the same time,
That was a
perhaps
terrible
something
dragon.
a bit more noble,
Yeah.
nicer than Apocalypse.
Well, I would say that the vision. I'm not a big fan of paladins, so maybe
I mean,
like
I'm not going
this
to
is
put
the
myself
better
out
life.
there and say that I would like to be a platinum dragon, but something a little nicer than Apocalypse.
Yeah, I mean,
Who you were in your past life doesn't need to be reflective of who you are in your current life.
yeah,
I understand that must be very funny coming from me, but
no, but I think
No,
maybe
it's
this is the
fine.
better life.
There was a saying that once went around where he sort of like looks to Hado where I got my knighthood. You are you and no one else. We are
Yeah.
defined not by the soul we are born with, but the path that we walk.
Yeah.
that's a very good way to think of it.
So, going all the way back to what Hanu was trying to say was that everyone's soul is everyone's seemingly connected to a planar entity. Chaos, chaos tiefling, the
The
boneyard, and then
maelstrom, the boneyard,
Yeah.
hell, and the material plane.
whatever you want to say, dragons. Dragon is like the weird one out,
Wait, which
but
one?
dive is definitely like
Bat.
definitely the weird one out.
Yeah.
Wait, the apocalypse dragon might be tied to a different plane.
It is dragon question mark.
Apocalypse Dragon definitely don't feel like a material plane kind of guy.
Oh yeah, it's Abaddon.
Abaddon.
Or like it's where demons are from.
Yeah.
hell.
So
Abaddon.
Yeah.
different,
Neutral
like
level.
different hell. There are 3 hells.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to get at is the 4 of us have this extraplanar connection. I'm
Yeah.
not going to get in any philosophical thing about souls. That's not the point.
Uh-huh.
However, Dives is not.
Well, Dive's tied to the stars.
No. Dive is tied to the stars. He walks over and grabs her by her little bat ears. Gently. He doesn't like tug them. He's just like hands on them. He's like, this right here is just a little bat.
Bat, hello.
A big bat though.
No, not really. It was
Okay.
just a bat.
I'll admit, though I speak the way I do, I'm not an expert in souls. I see the point you're making now, though. And that makes significantly more sense.
I don't
What I'm
see
getting
the point
at
about
is
software though.
the reason you're not seeing what we're seeing is because you're running on something different. However, the bug is probably still present, but being shown in something different. Perhaps the fact that you're broken as shit.
Yeah, I think we are running on the same software. It's just that I'm running on a corrupted version of that software.
What?
Something of the sort.
You're
running on something
So
different.
I would like to remind everyone the connection to reincarnation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! This is my first life.
It might be.
Could be.
Yeah.
With that statement,
we don't have enough information to.
If
claim
Dive
that
thinks on that, this you might not have ever been reincarnated, and the souls used to power everyone else, have been.
Yeah.
This is a different go around. They have been reincarnated. You haven't.
Maybe.
Which is why you're different. Because you were told 4 of you are different than the other.
I know I don't like it.
Wait, who
When
said
you-
who said that?
Buguyard said 4 of you are different than the other.
Is this what she was talking about? Or was she...
You have no idea.
I mean, 4 of us are different than the other. And then, in a different way, I'm the smart one.
So, yeah, her. Okay.
Honey walks over and
Dive-
grabs Nina by the ears, but actually rough this time.
Nina
Alright.
picks up Hano.
I'm.
Yeah, he's still grabbing in your ears like just like nah.
All
They
right.
begin slap
I'm
fighting.
I understand what you're saying much better now, Hanu. Thank you for explaining. You could be right, but in my mind, that just raises more questions.
It should.
That would mean that um that would mean that dive, well, it could just be random. It could just be chance. But dive is tied to the stars. Maybe she came from the stars.
My question would be how we all wound up in the simulation.
Yeah, it seems really odd that 4 people would be reincarnated in the exact same thing.
I have
Like
a
reincarnation itself is really rare unless it purposely done.
Yeah, it.
Don't have all the information.
I have a theory.
Mhm.
Yes.
So we are all androids or robots, but we are different from most other androids and robots we've seen. Like Clay, back when Clay was just a robot in a computer, or even when Angel, before the captain uploaded herself to it, they were just normal people. So we're obviously different from other robots, which must
Similar
mean
to how very few goals become awakened.
I think that maybe the reincarnations is the things that were powering us. And that's like something that the engineers above the ship tried to do, is by making a new, different, better working robot by implementing some sort of reincarnation power source into us or something.
So,
Interesting theory.
but so they drew from reincarnated souls for 4 of us and got a new soul for us.
Oh, I'm not supposed to exist, which also makes sense.
Which means it could be a glitch that you got a new soul.
No,
Or
it could be a
curse.
glitch that I exist in the first place.
Which might explain why she's broken.
But
That is.
can
I
they
see.
make souls?
They don't have to make
Technically-
souls.
So
They-
so Souls and Pathfinder are weird where
They
they
come from one particular place.
yeah, they come from a particular plane, right? And the soul is like reincarnated. If it's a soul's reincarnated, it is used almost directly after it is left or has not yet been wiped.
Yeah.
And then a soul that has stayed a long time in, I believe, the Boneyard, I may be wrong about that, is slowly wiped of everything that made it different and basically just becomes an energy source. And there are some that argue that a new soul, quote, that it hasn't been reincarnated is just like different. Like all the souls are stripped of everything that makes them individuals and then thrown into a big old pool of soul energy. And then whenever a new soul is needed, they just draw the energy out, meaning that a new soul that is not reincarnated is just kind of an amalgamation of hundreds, if not billions, of soul energy pieces.
Yeah. I mean, the normal cycle of a soul would be it's drawn from the positive energy plane, which is attached to the maelstrom. The positive energy turns quintessence from the maelstrom into souls. Then the souls pass through the first world and into the plane, and it kind of radiates soul energy, positive energy, into the material plane, and souls happen. And when people die, as can either reincarnate, which is rare, and then goes through the shadow plane, into the boneyard, through the river of souls, eventually becoming part of an extra plane in it, like one of the outer planes. And then the outer planes are slowly eroded by the maelstrom. So basically, what Hannah's saying, but it's a very long process that basically atomizes you.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It's a very long process. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So technically speaking, it would be possible to get a new soul.
It happens
You would
all
just
the time.
you would just but like in Magic,
Oh,
being able
one
to
that's
pull a new
never
soul.
gone through the cycle?
Or like one that has been has been wiped and gone through all the whole process.
Oh,
And
yeah,
in
that
Magic,
happens all the time.
pulling soul energy to you to make a new being, like it is technically possible to do that, but it's high level magic.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
It is high level magic.
That is something nature does normally.
Yes,
people
nature does
Oh.
that, but nature's in really, when you think about the power level of nature, it's insane.
It's like godly.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's
hold
godly.
on.
Like,
I had a thought.
So if they did that with magic, that would be
Hmm.
ridiculous.
No, hold on, I have a thought.
Father?
Mm-hmm.
So we know that the engineer for our ship,
Mhm.
he's the one who invented the program that we originate from, right?
yes,
Well,
The program.
or the most, or the
Let
most.
me- Let me finish my thought before you disagree with it.
okay.
He is the one who created the program.
I'm back.
None of the other ships had the program with the simulation, correct?
Mm-hmm.
as far as you know.
They had service.
We are the ones that had the
Construct.
simulation where we were given those paragraphs, and for 1,000 years our ship lay dormant, drawing energy from the crystals outside the ship. But some broke, and they draw in magic energy.
Oh, they draw elemental energy.
So if souls are a form of energy, could it be that when they were drawing it in, most ships just go straight to battery? But since we were running the simulation, the energy got diverted. It just happened to suck those up.
I mean,
But if we're all talking about this, who's to say that even who we are now is even us?
who was phone?
I mean, there is something I remembered.
I assume we're driving at this point. Like, we're talking.
Yeah.
about-
I imagine you were driving at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, there's something. What was it? Back in town. Oh, I can never pronounce the name.
Boogiard?
The
Boogie.
Boogiard.
Boogiard.
Boogie. That's her name. When we asked her, we decided our question was how many of the gods know of our existence, right?
And why?
And why?
One of them knows we exist because they're the reason we're here. That's what they said.
Is that what they said? I was so.
That was like 2 weeks ago. Of the 6 gods that know of you, one of them knows of you because you are here. One of the gods knows of you because you are they are the reason you all have.
It's probably the light.
Yeah, it's probably that.
Yeah.
That's weird. I don't know.
Yeah, we all saw light before we died.
The other ones were because you interfered in one of the in
That
something
one
that they
was
were doing.
the horse. We know that one.
They don't know of you specifically, but they know of your mission. You helped them out of the stupor. You make an interesting story, and I don't remember what the 6th one was. Maybe it was just 5.
Mm-hmm.
There's
So-
Canaris because we know him.
Duh.
His sister, because we know her now.
Mm.
There is
We
the...
know that we interfered in the fight between the boar and the horse.
Yes, there are those two, so that makes 4. And then there's this other one that knows about us because they're the reason we're here.
Oh, that's obviously the god of
It's either-
robotics.
It's either Elder or the Light.
So obviously the person who knows that we're here is Elder, because if they're the reason why we're here, then they probably who have created us. Which actually goes on to another theory I've been thinking of, which
Makes it
is
not a coincidence that we got here.
yeah, the thing I'm thinking of is I don't think we came here. I think we always was here.
What?
Go on.
I don't think we're from Galarian at all.
What
I
about
think
the other ones?
I think the simulation might the simulation hands down was made in Galarian, obviously, and it's meant to simulate Galarian, obviously. However, the other people and us, I don't think we're from there.
But the rich
Especially
guy
because we
talked about
already
being
know.
from Galarion.
But he could be lying. Also, we
Oh.
know that Galarian is fine.
You also do know that because of the
Well, it's
simulation, you
been
know
1,000
that memories
years.
and ideas can be inserted into things.
What if,
What-
what if
what
he's not
generally-
lying and that he is from Galarion, but just him? Or maybe there's like a variety of people from all other different planets.
Even like wars don't last 1,000 years usually, and like even apocalypses can be gone over by 1,000 years
Yeah,
later.
1,000 years is a long time.
Mhm.
But okay,
yeah.
let me put it this way as well. Boogiard said that Hani reminded her of Elder.
Yes,
Like,
because Hanu's a robot.
Yeah, but like exactly.
Oh, there's another Leo.
God, so many.
Yeah,
It's like an onion.
Elder is a monkey person,
No,
like Hani.
No, he's a robot.
no. That's that's the god of magic.
Is that true?
Potentia.
Yeah, potentially is a
Ah,
monkey. I can't remember the name. I'm so sorry.
never mind.
Verona?
Elder's an automaton.
Yeah.
But though she did say that Hanu did remind her of Elder.
It's because he's just the smartest sibling.
What? No, that's wrong.
And obviously I'm the smartest
Literally
sibling.
a god of of knowledge.
No.
It's the smartest
No,
sibling.
it's the one that makes things. It's me.
No, it's me.
It's me.
I love how this like slow unraveling of the mystery has devolved into sibling bickering again.
It's just
All of these theories are worth considering, and I definitely appreciate the thought you've had, Hanu, but please don't take this as me being egotistical or trying to separate myself from all of you, but I do see one problem with the possibility of, well, with me.
Yeah.
Reincarnation can happen a lot of ways, but I was reincarnated on purpose.
Yes.
I was deliberately reincarnated by the official processes of the Boneyard.
Yes.
That's what makes me a Duskwalker, and that's what separates me from most other reincarnated beings. So,
Was maybe there's a reason you were sent here by the Boneyard?
yes, and that's what I'm thinking about. I could be wrong, but I have a hard time imagining someone that
Some
the
rando
architectures
god
of the Boneyard chose to bring back to life being hijacked or put somewhere random.
Yeah. I mean, I guess
Well,
it could be that.
then why are you made of
only
metal instead of
Dive
meat?
was- Sorry, go on.
That's an amazing question. I would love an answer to that.
If
The
you
reason
were
is
just
the
a
more
normal,
the
you
more
were just a normal
information
dust
we
bowl.
get, the more we can narrow down these theories.
Yeah,
Could be
everybody
that-
just try and bash your head against things until you have a vision.
Well, it could be that Dive is the only odd one out in the hijacking part. Because usually regular beings aren't reincarnated.
I certainly think that what Hanu described could. I certainly think that what Hanu described could have resulted in Dive as a newborn soul, as it were.
Yeah.
You do have to
Maybe-
remember that part of our energy collectors were broken. I
Yes,
can't think of a reason why that would be the case. If we were drifting in space, we would have had. I guess the part of the ship was broken to
Maybe
shit
we just
too.
Yeah,
ran into
yeah. Part of the ship was
something.
broken. Anything could have happened in those 1,000 years.
I
But you
I
have to
won't-
you have to question about like the energy gathering thing. Is that while it could have gathered soul energy, which is fair, reincarnated souls need to be relatively early in the process.
mhm.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I'm not
I
going
killed
to
that
make any
dragon.
person. I'm not going
Sorry.
to make any guesses myself. Prognostication has never been my strong suit, but I do think. I do think that it's relevant that I'm the only one who incarnated through official channels. I don't know what that means, and I don't know how that's relevant, but it does feel important to me. I
Maybe
may
they-
just be an egotist, though.
Sadly,
Maybe
we're
they-
not dealing with what's her face on Galarion right now.
Pharasma.
That one. We're dealing
But
with
she's not
someone
on
else here.
Galarion. That's a separate issue.
Well, she ain't here. They don't worry about her here. You know, the closest one we have is Canaris. And I really
Yes,
don't
which
think
is-
he keeps track.
Which is very confusing.
maybe she's here and maybe she's like still doing the same thing and she
It is
and
infinitely
know.
weird that they
So
never
to-
made a god of death here.
So to explain the thing about like the planes and the gods and whatnot, the way I did it was that in canon the planes are infinite sized.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
So all the gods and all the planes like hell and whatnot for this planet are still those planes. They're just so far away from the Galarian version, like physically on that plane, that they don't interact.
Okay, that makes sense.
But
Uh,
Pharasma is still the
Pharasma is different, but Eshe could just be wrong about this.
well. The thing is, Pharasma is so removed from the normal goings on. Like the only thing that ever the only reason Galarian is ever is because Galarian is the prison for the destroyer.
Mhm. Okay, fair
And
enough.
that's why Pharasma's presence there, like that's why Pharasma would pay any attention to. Also, because Aragon was the destined one and broke destiny, which Pharasma cared a lot about.
I can imagine.
So that's why Pharasma had attention on Galarian. Pharasma could still be doing the same shit and be delegating this world to
Okay,
some.
I was not aware of that.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me know.
Also notably,
She's like far off in the boneyard. Like this
Mhm.
world isn't really relevant.
The boneyard is her place, but it's a big boneyard.
yeah.
There's a million billion aliens more interesting than.
So think of note, because you brought up that there's no god of death. Two things. One, Conaris does have a child who is canonically the god of death. But quote, when he talked about souls previously, he made an offhanded comment about that's my sibling's department.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So souls and death are not souls and death are separate things here, which is interesting.
Well, you have to also remember that, like, Pharasma is the god of death, but is not necessarily is also the god of souls. But like in ancient Greek mythology, Hades is not the god of death. He's the god of the
Yes.
underworld.
He's
Okay,
got
very,
the dead.
very
Yeah.
good point.
He's the
Yeah,
he's the god
but
of,
just that the most well-known definitions of the 12 don't have the
Mention
word
souls.
soul anywhere.
Yes, correct. That's weird.
Mhm.
He mentioned it's his sibling's department, which doesn't match up with what the book says.
yeah. Knows is the god of inevitable death, and I think Eldar might be the god of souls.
Possibly.
I'm not going to
I mean,
make
the
any
light,
more.
obviously, but
I'm not going to make any more attempts to understand at the moment.
Yeah, this is hurting my brain. What does this got to do with me again?
I don't,
You're a,
I
you're a
we don't
bat.
know.
we don't know.
Well, so I would just like to like. It seems as a consensus that y'all have come to the decision that everyone except Dive is reincarnated.
I
Oh,
mean, that
Let's
is the
Actually-
just keep
current
the theory
view.
for now.
That's
Yeah,
the theory for now.
Eshe,
That seemed to be
Eshe-
everyone was like that sounds like the best that everyone seemed to agree on
I
that
mean-
theory.
By reincarnated, Nina's believe that there's a different thing happening because
Mhm.
Nina's experienced multiple different realities. But you know, probably
Eshe thinks that
reincarnation.
Nina's overthinking it.
Yeah.
But Eshe's. It is appropriate to say that that's the current theory, but I guess
It's-
Eshe has not closed off the possibility of Dive also being reincarnated, but having just not experienced any triggers yet, and she will say that aloud. But we
damn!
will-
Like everyone's talking about reincarnation and stuff. It make me sound like boring and ordinary.
No,
wanna be
you're
And you are
special
far
and
from that.
cool.
Dive,
Eshe-
in the last 20 minutes, you've stuttered and sparked at least 25 times.
You're not
That-
boring and ordinary.
Eshe-
You're cool and interesting and special.
Eshe will
Yes.
put a hand on Dive's head and say, I know that I can come off as condescending with my energy of being beyond it all sometimes, but the fact that your soul might be younger than ours says nothing about your value or how interesting you are.
Yeah.
There's no number of years that it takes to become a person. A goblin is considered fully an adult at a very young age, whereas elves don't think about themselves as fully adults until they've lived over a century.
And I think
You-
of us as fully adult when they are like.
Physically, yes, but never mind.
In elven culture, like it does state in elven culture
Yeah.
that they don't consider elves
I know.
below 100 to be mature.
Mhm.
Nina is just thinking about the elves she turned hot.
Yeah. The point I'm making is that whether you've been reincarnated or not, like the rest of us apparently have, and I'll confess, I did not see that coming.
Don't deny.
That doesn't change anything about your value as a person, or about how interesting and unique we find you.
Yeah. Like, when did you get lycanthropy?
And come to think of it, it actually could explain a bit about your experiences.
How say?
If you're a new soul, I don't know how the four of us who were presumably reincarnated got into the thing, but if you're a new soul, then there is literally no way that your addition could have been planned. So maybe the reason that the simulation rejected you is because you weren't, air quotes, supposed to be there. It wasn't.
Mm.
It wasn't that they were cruel necessarily. Although you don't have to be happy about it, I'm certainly not asking you for that. It may just have been that they couldn't understand you. But us, we're flexible, we're alive, and so we could.
I
I'm not-
I have thought about the fact that I wasn't supposed to. Well, even earlier, I said I don't think I was supposed to be alive. I think I was meant to be. I think I just arrived.
You just existed.
I just existed.
No matter what, though,
I'm glad you did.
Because
Good
Yes.
decision.
let's be honest, if Dive demanded to exist, there's no
Mhm.
one that could stop her from doing it.
I mean, she
Yeah.
threw sand in God's eyes, so
Yeah.
you
And she
I'm
offended another. Like, what
Yeah.
you fucking gonna do?
know.
Who's gonna tell her
I'm-
no?
I'm not saying that I'm confident in this idea, or that it should change how you think about it, but if that is what happened, then maybe it's a reason that you can be a little more confident. I do know that that pain still stays with you,
Mm.
and no matter what, you won't be alone. But given that we are now in a very real world, you may have fewer difficulties than you did before. We'll see. You've certainly proven competent at making friends thus far.
Dive is literally Free Guy from the movie Free Guy, and she is an NPC that gained sentience. And the
Look.
reason why, and like everyone else is actually like people.
Eshe,
Just
Eshe
dive.
doesn't even think that you're that. She thinks that you just happened, and that was why the thing kind of rejected you.
I like that theory.
Hanu in the front of the car turns his head around for a second. Also, your gravity
Not his
makes
body, just his head.
yeah, just his head. Also, your link to gravity is relatively weakened, probably due to some destabilization in your core. Your coolant system isn't fully functioning.
He's just gonna reach over and turn Hanu's head back around. Eyes on the road.
The clearance margins on your pieces are clearly out of sync.
Yeah, he's like, also you're like literally broken, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah.
Parts of you don't.
In fairness, she's not the one who had to ask you to make an entirely new flesh for her, so
Yeah.
at the very least, people in orc skin houses shouldn't throw stones.
I mean,
People in orc skin should throw stones. It's kind of the thing.
yeah. Usually, my nano skin only fails sometimes.
It does lose its
fail.
coloration and pigment sometimes.
Yeah.
This is the fail.
Yeah.
So I will not state whether or not you are correct in all of your theories because some of them are very fucking good and I love them.
Yeah.
And I will not say which ones are true. I just wanted because it sounded like the reincarnation one was like the most well received.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to bring that
That's
one
the
up
one
because
that we have the most information.
yeah.
Yeah.
Look, for all I know, I rolled a nat 1 on my glitch lore check, and Hatter just sent me nonsense.
Yeah, because
Yep.
you said glitch lore, and I
Adam
was like,
sent you stuff?
yeah, because like you were like, yeah, my glitch lore, I'm never gonna roll that. And I went, actually, hold on, this might be the
Actually,
one
that
time
would
that could work.
Hannah hasn't sent me stuff in weeks.
I'm sorry, there's only so much.
I'm making a joke.
Look,
But
maybe
yeah,
you should have
I'm
a
not
lore that
stating-
you can roll secretly once in a blue
not-
moon.
Yeah.
I'm not saying which one is true and which ones are false because basically all of them are very good. But I hope one of these is either true or very close. You're along the lines of what I'm trying to do with this. So I hope that explains why Mooney, that I haven't given you a flashback.
Dive might have something quite different about her.
Yeah, Hanu did mention in part of the roundabout when he was explaining it, it's like, yeah, our bug is taking shape in visions. Dive will probably experience something differently.
But I do really like the idea that Dive's not having visions just because she's new.
That is fun.
For the record, it doesn't take too much finagling to get it out of her, but you do. You're probably able to notice Eshe is actually a little annoyed by the fact that 3 other people here are reincarnated. She's trying. She's trying not to be, but she's just a little grumpy.
That was my thing.
That's
I'm
my-
sorry. I'm just
If
sorry.
it
That
makes
was
you
not the
feel better,
intention.
I don't want to be.
I'm
don't
not
wanna be
grumpy,
either.
but Eshe says, I'm genuinely not upset at any of you, or at least I shouldn't be. I don't know how much of this is just me being annoyed at having my thing co-opted, or me being annoyed at knowing that you all somehow circumvented whatever bureaucracy I had to go through to
So-
get reincarnated.
So I would like to point out that at least
I
two,
would be too.
if not 3 of your deaths are directly tied to the versatile heritage you now have. Hanu
Yep.
was a devil that died in hell, tiefling. Nina died in the Chaos Wastes, is an not Azoketi, is a
Ganzi.
Ganzi.
Percival
Percival
shrug.
Percival was seemingly somehow connected to a dragon.
Some sort of
Mhm.
lizard.
Maybe
lizard
has
person.
does have a weird versatile heritage, you're not sure.
Yeah, it's lizard person.
And Eshe died somewhere weird.
Yeah.
Remember, you died in that
Yep.
weird black and white forest space.
Yep,
Well-
which Eshe's current theory is that it was inside of whatever the fuck that light was.
So if Nina and Hanu's deaths and locations are directly tied to their ancestral heritage, their
Mhm.
versatile heritage, where could have Eshe died that would tie them to being a Dustwalker?
Possibly inside of the thing causing
Anywhere.
death, although it could also be...
Duskwalkers come from anywhere.
Yes, but Duskwalkers are also officially brought back because of something they did, air quotes, in service to death.
Alright.
Sorry, kid. You were too young and naive to decide to walk around bureaucracy. You sat in line.
You're
We
not
walked
old enough
around.
to legally consent, so we're just gonna, we're gonna have to go through
Send
every
you
single
back until
process.
you become a-
That's
Yeah.
that's actually the thing that really confuses me, remembering my past life. I admit part of this is the idea that I was accidented back to life is something I find more offensive than I should. But the other thing is, what does a child have to do in the small number of years that they existed to gain the attention of someone up enough in the echelons of the boneyard to turn her
Nothing.
into a Duskwalker?
Nothing.
Kill a lot of people, stop a lot of people from
Does-
dying. One of the two.
No, Duskwalkers don't happen by accident.
Yeah, but do you know the motives of psychobombs?
I have a general conception of them, yes.
Okay. My conception is that they act on unknowable whim.
It's not unknowable. It's certainly different from the understanding of mortals, and I do include myself in this, just to be clear.
Uh-huh.
But it's not. Well, it's not chaotic.
No.
Some of them are chaotic, but it's not random.
It's neutral.
Duskwalkers are brought back because of something they did in service to death, or something they did that closely entwined them to death. They aren't an accident of genetics, they aren't born. I was, even more so than any of us, I was not born.
Hey, you know what's real similar to that?
Yes.
In a weird, twisted way?
Yep.
I don't
Do
know
tell.
how the ethics of pants has anything to do with that.
What?
Hunter was saying something. What were you saying, Hunter?
Anyway,
That there's a weird like connection as you're saying that. Something else you are highly familiar with. Haunts.
Interesting. I'll try and say out loud what I think the connection might be, but you also tell me if I'm just completely wrong. Haunts. If I'm saying this in character and I'm just wrong, feel free to retcon it out. Haunts are something that occurs because the presence of what happened there was too strong to be forgotten. It leaves scars upon the spirit of the world. A Duskwalker is a little bit like that, but in the inverse.
Exactly, right. That's
The value which they cause to the world, by their non existence, they leave behind an incompleteness, even more so than a typical death. And the generally it's believed that they can do more good if they are allowed the opportunity to exist again, or at least that's my understanding of it. So, since I am a Duskwalker and not something else, someone chose to have me exist again.
I mean, the death of a child contains
It is
so
a
much
certain bit of a
potential.
taboo.
But
And, well, yes, that too. But
children
most
die
of,
all the time.
yes, but they have so much potential ahead of them.
That's true, and please, don't misunderstand me. I do mourn it, but I certainly never thought I'd die as a child. Have died. Ugh. But
To be fair, most people don't really
Most-
recognize when they are going to die. They just do.
but infants die, and most Duskwalkers. I didn't even know it was possible for a Duskwalker to be formed from the soul of someone who died as a child. I never considered it. Literally, never. Because it's not just that potential was wasted. Potential is wasted all the time. With every death comes wasted potential, particularly those of children,
It's
but
not
that's not
wasted.
all.
Wait. I just thought, what if what you did in like the ship, maybe that's the reason why you were reincarnated?
Eshe takes the deep breath and says, yes, that's what I've been assuming too, and that's why I believe that I might have killed all of the other children aboard that ship.
Hmm.
That would be the sort of act which could potentially turn one into a Duskwalker.
so I rolled for you because I didn't want to interrupt you. You're
Oh,
not
sorry.
aware of a lot of haunts that
Mm.
involve children.
For good reason.
Well,
Hmm.
probably yeah. And you're like, why is that? And there's only one that you can think of. And it's known as the button-eyed children.
Ugh.
And
Do tell.
there are haunts that like manifest as looking like kids.
Oh,
But there's
Coraline.
Yep.
Mhm.
Continue, honey.
That's what I was
so
doing.
there is a haunt called the button-eyed children that is formed when the soul of a child is devoured.
Oof. Eshe will mention that, and she says, I'm not sure what that means. I know I have knowledge about the Boneyard, but I don't have any memory of my time there, or if I spent anything that could be called time there at all. I don't know about the mechanics of it, only the shape.
Oh,
What does Ashley think of this item?
hey, Eshe, I have a question for you.
Yes.
We're heading to Hussein's Pass to finish this thing for Canaris. However, when we're done, we are to return to our prime directive.
I would like to finish that sooner rather than later.
As part of our
Please take a
directive,
shit.
there is a place we do kind of have to go to finish this objective. When we go to the Lumen Iris, why don't you ask about yourself?
That's a terrifying possibility, but it's a very good idea.
Hey, maybe that kid you were talking about who saw you fall off a roof is an old man now.
Oh, Dad.
It's possible. If he was on the same boat as me, I am almost certain he'd be dead.
Who knows? But we have to go to the Lumen Iris if we want to, air quote, bureaucracy at our problem.
Mm-hmm.
Do we?
Yes,
Not necessarily, but it's not the worst idea.
Did someone have this conversation with you? I think they did, didn't they?
We know that the Lumen Iris is the center of the political and religious,
Yes.
so we're probably going to
I
want to
told
let
the
them
Inquisitor
know
I
that
don't.
we're
I think
starting
Send
a
a diplomat.
country.
I can't remember if this was something I was like, this is a conversation I want them to have at some point, or if this was a conversation you've already
I-
had.
I
But-
told the Inquisitor to send a diplomat.
Well, so like I maybe it's the Inquisitor that said this,
Yeah.
but it was so I haven't said what it was I was talking about yet. So that's what I'm saying. That's the issue that I'm having here. The piece of information is that because there are 3 kingdoms, right?
Yeah.
If you convince any of those 3 kingdoms to give you land to make this new town, you probably could. You'd have to like convince them to like convince that town if they put it on the border, the other kingdom might have an issue. You'd have to do favors for them. But if you just went straight to the church and did favors / something with the church could just be like, this kingdom, you give them land, and there's nothing they could say or do about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I'd prefer to be friendly with the locals, but letting the church know is definitely a better idea than not, in my mind.
And for no,
I'd
my only
rather-
reason for suggesting this was so we could do Eshe's thing. I don't actually care about the church.
I mean, I care only about the, in so much as I care about the Phantom Thieves.
I won't pretend that my past life isn't weighing on me more than it ever did. I thought it was bad being an adolescent and having my families talk about who I might have been, but no, this is worse.
Well, if you need someone
But-
to share the burdens of past generations, I am entirely here to help.
Hoppy
Being
closes
someone
his
who is
mouth.
also suffering from previous generations.
You always would be. Thank you all so much, but know that I will do my best not to let my curiosity and retroactive trauma, I suppose, interfere with the work we need to get done.
That's a hell of a statement. Retroactive
Ooh.
trauma.
Retroactive trauma.
I found a plot hole
Oh.
in my theory.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, why is it the Chaos Waste and I'm Chaos Infused? If it was created by an apocalypse dragon, which is pure evil and dragon, which is nothing to do with chaos.
Yeah, a little odd that.
Question.
I'm
Why
totally
don't you get yourself
Yeah.
excommunicated and you can go find out?
until we get further information. Then,
Oh,
you know,
that's
then
actually another
track
thing
that
too. If you
down
want to
somewhere.
want to know about Nina's possible thing, like Nina was supposedly a champion of the light. The church would know about that,
Ooh, also that, yes.
and you have her name now.
Yeah,
They
we
could
can go
show
to
me
we can
the
go to
vote.
hell and ask about me.
I mean,
I mean, I assume we got it because there's a 1,000 demon. There's 1,000 devils who are being in the background.
yeah, and like
Right.
if any organization knows about devils, it's probably the church.
Hey,
Maybe
yo,
it's
what if we get
Really
land?
go to hell.
What if we get land in hell, and then we can stick all of the people of the ship in hell? Because that's probably where they deserve to be.
Okay, I have a thought.
Let's not make that
Let's maybe
assumption.
not.
I think it would be funny if Hassan's past led to.
That would
That
be
would
funny.
be pretty funny.
So
Uh,
I have a thought. Hani is going to grab his funny stick, and he is going to cast illusory creature.
Yeah.
And he is going to make Arnaxi,
okay.
and then he will let Arnaxi speak through the
Oh,
illusory.
that's what he
that's
looks
clever.
like.
That's good. I like that.
That's
Do you do
fun.
He's
that?
like, yeah,
Do you do
hey,
that
Arnaxi, what do you think?
about what?
Well, you
It's
had to
like-
be listening to all that shit.
The illusory creatures on like a 2-minute delay.
No. As part of illusory creature, you can spend an action or something, letting your
yeah.
voice go through it.
Yeah, and then actually
So
is
Onaxi
going through a relay.
says, although an apocalypse dragon created the chaos wastes, it weakened the borders between. Oh, hold on. What's the chaotic evil plane?
It's at the abyss.
The abyss. Between here and the abyss, and it became a staging ground for an invasion of demons.
What? How did an apocalypse dragon do that?
I mean, an invasion from the abyss is one hell of an apocalypse, I suppose.
I have to agree with that.
He
Yeah.
walked
I
in
don't-
and said he was gonna blow up and act like he don't know nobody.
And a
It
bunch
is
of demons
evil.
came through. If I remember correctly, the church initially sent armies to try and corral the demons. I don't remember how that went.
Oh, not good.
I would imagine poorly.
Possibly. But yes, there became the Chaos Waste because it was destroyed by an apocalypse dragon and infused in chaos by demons.
And then they cleansed all the evil, and then all that was left was chaos.
I'm
Could
not quite sure.
imagine the borders between it, the abyss, and the maelstrom were just fucked from there on out.
Uh-huh.
Yes, as far as I'm aware, it's still waste. There's nothing that can be done with it. I would not be surprised if it wasn't. I would be surprised if it wasn't the maelstrom that was causing it.
Well, the maelstrom is more than waste. Maybe it's the abyss that has it.
Yes, but infused with the apocalypse dragon, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe
It's
there's
the
a
evil.
gate somewhere in the wastes that just
I
spewing
just
chaos.
remember. I vaguely recall.
Hey, why were you there?
Sorry, what?
You were there. You know so much about it.
Because
Well,
I'm a
he's from
devil.
hell.
I'm from hell.
Did you get the news? Did the
Well,
town crier come into hell
The
and tell you about it?
Howlers?
No, we were told that our fated enemy, the demons, were busy invading the mortal plane, and we had a chance to raise our ranks.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. I just wanted to know how you know.
Yes, I remember. No, I was just saying that I quite remember, actually, that when we heard that the demons were invading the mortal realm, we decided to lay off very briefly to reorganize our armies before attacking them in a weakened state.
Oh, that's neat.
I don't
Well, I hope that
recall
went
if we ever
well.
got that far.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
I imagine it went badly considering I had an arrow through my throat.
What's up with Abaddon?
What's with what now?
Abaddon?
What about it?
And what's up with it?
It's the home of the demons. I don't know what you're asking.
Oh. Right,
Devil.
That's fine.
Hell. Not a demon.
No,
Different
I mean,
place.
I'm just wondering.
Yeah, it's
I'm
the-
wondering why that apocalypse dragon did that. Maybe it was just for fun.
I'm
Or
not
evil.
sure.
Sorry, maybe it
I
was just
mean,
for
it
evil.
is an apocalypse dragon. It generally tends to just.
Yes, apocalypse
Bring
dragons
about
love
the
to destroy.
apocalypse.
I believe if it had the opportunity, it'd snuff out the sun if it had the chance.
Ugh, that sucks.
Quite the power.
Wait.
I remember the thing with Percival and the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, go away now.
Well,
Nina
I'll-
turns around.
You could be a little nicer.
I love the
Rude.
idea. I love the idea that he's just standing still, but he's sliding across the ground as you're driving.
He's just no tripping along.
Look, I have to spend a little bit of time making him walk. So he's just
Yeah.
gonna glide?
I imagine he's like a few hundred ping, so he's like talking and mouth flapping is out of sync because he has
He's
to
got
go
the
through.
Twitch chat delay.
I'm
He has
getting
to
the
go
mental image
through-
of when I ricocheted Ing into the sky and he just slowly glided away, staring down dismissively at us.
Because he has to go through Hanu.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of delay.
Yeah.
It's like a dubbed kung fu movie.
Yeah.
Types
What
into
is-
Google, help my devil dad's audio is off sync with the video.
Yeah.
Look, I'm trying my best. I'm also driving.
Yeah.
But yeah, is there anything else you want to ask on Axie?
Nina's done.
Anyone
She's
else?
It's a
turned
ple-
around.
It's a
Yeah,
pleasure
no, I
to
got
meet you for the first time.
We've met multiple times.
Yes, but
Not like
I was about to say in the flesh, then realized that that was very stupid for
in the
multiple reasons.
illusionary flesh.
Yeah, we have to go hell.
Someone roll me survival.
Got it.
I got up.
All right. Okay. On that,
Nina's worse.
Yes.
I mean,
You know what? Fuck it. I might as well get in on
Guys!
this.
damn. All right. Well, I'm gonna take dives because
Yeah.
she's first.
Dive can get an aid from Percy to get a +1.
Oh yeah. You know what? Yeah,
Yeah.
Pussy aids in it, which didn't need it. You still beat the DC. Survival checks would I determine whether or not you have a random encounter.
No.
Ah, fun.
Encounter.
And then each
Lol.
time you don't have a random encounter, the DC goes up by 1.
Give me one.
So you're more the longer you go without having one, the more likely are you
And
to
that
get one,
checked
and then it
out,
resets.
honestly.
And I was like, traveling. It seems like it's not a nature because you're not knowledging about stuff. It's more
No,
of a
that makes
survival check.
sense.
And I didn't want to do
Just
straight
going around,
perception
yeah.
because I felt like that was just like, too obvious or too easy. So survival.
I gotcha.
You beat the DC. You 20 beat the DC.
So we move to the next text.
Yeah, you move
Not
to the
gonna
next
lie.
X with no problems.
And we're
Excellent.
right at almost at Hussein's Pass.
Yeah. You will
Right,
the
almost
next
there.
day.
The next day.
The next day, unless anyone wants to do anything, because I feel like this is a good time to wrap up. And there's a lot of
I
discussion
think it's
yeah.
a good
around
time
the
to
time.
wrap up here.
However,
It's-
in that case, you all settle camp, make camp, sleep for the night, wake up, redo it, and start heading out. Roll me one more survival check to see if you get a Hussein's Pass with no problems.
Yep. I
Oh.
continue to be not it.
Gandalf.
Okay, there we go. It was almost natural.
Nice.
You beat me again.
No.
Sorry, dear. Sorry, Ellen.
And we're there.
Ellen wants so hard to get a random encounter.
Nina's
Yeah.
proud.
I know you
Ellen
want a
is-
random encounter. Here's the thing, though. Like every time you don't get one, the next DC is even higher. So eventually, you will definitely get one, and you have multiple days to get back to.
Yep.
Thing. You will eventually roll bad.
I want a random encounter every day we go home.
No, you don't.
I
No.
Oh, no,
desire.
fuck you.
In fact,
But,
it would be almost you'd would you have to natural 20? No, you wouldn't have to natural 20, but you'd have to get real close to not get. You'd have to get close to natural 20 every single time on the way out. You make it at the end of the night. Not in the end of the night. It is probably a little past midday. It's probably like 2 or 3 in the afternoon when you get to Hussein's Pass. This mountain range has been on your right, way above your head. And as you approach, you see that this like 50-foot tall archway is carved into the face of the mountain itself. The massive stone horses rearing back, depicting a woman in armor with her helmet, with a large plumage coming out of the helmet and flowing down, weapons in hand drawn on either side of the mountain. And as you look, you like look into the dark open maw of Hussein's Pass, and you can't really make out the end of it. You don't know if that's because it's just so far away, there's no way to see the light, or if it curves in some way. But and you don't know how long it would take to get through Hussein's Pass. But you're here at the gates. What would you like to do?
Okay.
How close is it to nighttime?
It's about 3 p.m.
Eshe says
Yeah,
we
we,
make
we need to
camp,
start in the. Yeah,
Yeah.
we need to start in the morning.
Yeah.
Eshe was about to suggest that, but
Yeah, okay.
besides suggesting that and getting started on making the camp, Eshe will look up at the statue and curtsy and say, "We'll be going in tomorrow, ma'am."
Impressive armor.
It is impressive armor.
I
The
admit,
weather
I'm-
continues to be cloudy and cold.
I just simply wanted to let the host know we'd be visiting tomorrow.
Understood. We will be quick and leave without hassle.
Mm-hmm. And as
God's
you
willing,
Mm.
such as
you,
it is.
you set up camp, and you spend a lot of time just hanging out in camp because, of course, it's 8 p.m. And if you had decided to go in immediately, I definitely would have fucked you.
Yes,
I would have definitely
we're
done
smart.
everything in my power to fuck you.
We are smart.
You spend the night in outside of Hussein's Pass, and
I mean, I'm gonna explore the pass in the afternoons.
yeah, you're not gonna go through it, but you're gonna like hang out and look around.
Yeah, we can
It's a-
explore the entrance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One moment.
Not through the entrance, but the outside of the entrance. Just to clarify, I'm not trying to cheat Hussein here.
So, you like investigate, and it's a long winding tunnel with a like roughly pretty flat stone flooring. Like someone has come in and really like flattened this out. And it seems like it was dug out, and at least the statues were probably created by magic. Probably shaped stone or something else of that nature. You settle down for the night, and as the clouds in the night, let's actually see if they fought at all. Oh, hold up.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
An
So
angel
the
comes
the clouds actually start to move later in the day. A cold wind blowing against you. You have to actually like hanker down the tent a little bit more, and in as the wind picks up in the night, and the wind blowing through the trees, almost in a howl, and as the clouds part and the moon hangs high above you, you hear an actual howl from deep into Hussein's Pass, answered by several more.
Ooh.
And that's where we'll live off.
Wonderful.
Hey,
Thank
Dive,
you.
I think I found your reincarnation.
I'm a bat, not an owl. Yeah.
Thanks, other
Yeah.
me.
What other me said?
How close was my voice?
That's good.
I
was
don't
pretty
know how
close.
my voice. I don't know how my dive voice sounds, but it sounds a very way.
Yeah.
It sounded like your dive voice in my head, except I feel
Bats
like I
can
can't do a
howl.
good enough job at mimicking your British accent, so I didn't really try.
Yeah, I
Bats can
suck at
howl.
doing American accents as well. It always turns into southern.
I can do a bad British accent, but you have an actual British accent.
I had an entire game where I did a fake one. Remember?
Yes,
That
yes,
was
you
the
Wow.
did.
last one.
I
Yeah.
think
Sorry,
you will
Smarty.
remember my terrible Irish accent when playing Lunan.
Yeah. I do.
Sorry,
So-
Smarty. I made you deal with years of that accent.
Oh no, it's fine.
Right, I forgot, Kitty.
No, Lizzie.
Lizzie.
Listen,
Oh, right,
No.
right, that too. But Kitty,
Kitty
also
didn't use
has...
hers because I couldn't do
True.
it. So I was
True.
like, she just doesn't.
Kitty only did it when she was scared, which honestly wasn't that often.
And then there's me,
'Cause I was
who is
immortal.
not afraid to who is not afraid to do a terrible accent as long as it's one that white people use.
Don't
So-
worry, Kitty was immortal until she got vaporized.
Kitty was immortal until she wasn't.
I hope everyone enjoyed the session.
I very much did. Thank you all
Yeah.
so much for playing with me, and thank you, Hatter, so much for
Thank
GMing.
you.
And I love the mystery you've set up so much. I do feel like Eshe takes up a lot of oxygen, though, so please feel free to say if I need to shut up at any point.
No, there's
I-
plenty of oxygen.
I just want to know what the fuck Dive's deal is. I'm glad that we've gotten like partly through it.
We've
it's
got
like,
theories, at least.
Yeah, I felt
We
I
have
continue
theories.
to feel bad about not giving you
Visions.
visions, but there's a reason.
Dives is the most important.
I trust the
I
Hatter.
want to be.
I've played with him for years. I trust the Hatter.
Well, yeah, but Mooney, are you okay?
Hmm.
Because
Was
I
that
know.
a yes noise?
Okay, good. Because I don't want to be like, there's a reason, and like in 80 sessions it finally comes out what the reason is, because that feels bad, even if the reason was good one. I don't want that to happen. So
Just remember, she is every bit the valued character that we are, and I meant what I said. She's super interesting.
Oh yeah.
You don't need a weird ass backstory to be interesting.
Yes. Also
In
shows
fact,
you
Hanu
how-
spends the entirety he's on camera denying his backstory.
Yeah, there's
Not-
also that.
When you're surrounded by people with weird ass backstories, being just a guy is actually the most unique backstory.
Which
for
Dive
sure.
is
Why
not.
Percival has the most
Yeah,
unique
also that.
backstory.
so
I have the most unique backstory in the sense that
Because you're
only
just
two
a
people
guy.
know what it is.
yeah, I just want to like, one, because I need constant external validation, and two, because I definitely want to make sure it's okay.
You didn't.
Mooney, what are your feelings on everything so far?
I
the film.
want I want it to be an actual special reason, if you know what I
Yes.
mean.
Yes.
I don't want it to just be
Because.
you are not special and that's why you don't have these flashbacks.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Other than that,
Hatter would never make you not special. Because both you and Dive are special.
Not you. How would it make
Thanks.
someone else not special who doesn't mind?
I want to be special. I'm so inadequate in real life that I want to
Wow.
be special in game.
No, you're not. You don't get to say that. You're cool in real life too. I don't know whether you're having a good time or not, but that doesn't detract from the fact that you are awesome and you deserve to be happy. And that goes for everyone else too.
Yeah.
Everybody, you are inherently valuable and worthy of happiness and love. And I'm sorry we live in a capitalist society that makes it hard to know that.
That was a good.
And as we began this stream with, Eat the Rich.
We didn't
Yes.
begin the stream with that. I explicitly didn't start till it was done.
Right, fair enough.
Go
As we
back
began the
into it.
call with Eat the Rich.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Hatter, do your doobly-doos.
Yes. Thank you all so much for joining us today. All the new faces, all the old faces. Oh, actually, if you would like to be made aware of what we're doing at any particular time, join the Discord. If you want to make fan art or shit posts about what's going on during a stream, post them in the fan art channel. We don't have any fan art live channel. We don't have any right now, but in the future, maybe one day.
I'm your fan, but I can't do art. Sorry, honey.
Thank you all so much for joining us. All the new faces, all the old faces, all the friends and other strangers that yet to become our friends, and those in the future of the time machines. Thank you as well. And until next time, don't forget to spread the weird. Good night, everyone.
Bye, beautiful people.
Bye!